All right, good evening. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We really appreciate your time. Today is August 18th, and it is, well, a little past 6 o'clock, 6:14. I'll call this city council meeting to order. Up first, we're going to do the invocation by our one and only Pastor Steve Ferris from the First Baptist Church of Destin. Thanks for being here, sir.
Father, we just come to you thanking you for your goodness and grace. We thank you, Lord, for all these, as always, who work for this city. Lord, the councilmen, all the employees, all the things that goes in. Lord, it's a lot of moving parts. And we just thank you, Lord. They do a great job. We're grateful for them. And Lord, I thank you for all these young people here tonight. And Lord, some that will be serving on the council, Lord, I just pray that you'll use them in a great and mighty way to have their input as, Lord, they'll be here in the future when a lot of us are gone. Lord, we do thank you for having your hand on this nation. And Lord, there's a lot going on in the world. And we just ask for your help. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Councilwoman Aber with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me with your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. If we have any amendments to the agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I have an item G3 that I have some representatives here as well as some young folks that might need to get home to bed in case we go late. I would like to move before 4A if possible.
Okay. So
G3.
G3 to
1, 2,
4.
3.
6G3. Bingo.
And you want it where?
The item called Destin Little League Contributions and Match Request.
So there's like three things underneath that, right? So is there a specific one you
No,
want?
no, it's broken out. All right, and where would you like that? The very, in front of consent? All right, before 4A? All right.
He said turf lights.
He's
All of
talking
it.
about
All of
G3,
it.
Destin Little League contributions and match requests.
For all of it.
But is it the turf? Is it the lights?
All of G3.
It's one item.
Well, but it's several different motions, that's the problem.
Just G3.
We're just moving an
Everything.
item. All right, and then I'm going to put that under 4A. I'm going to call it 4A1, and then we'll go into the regular 4A2 being the livery registration. Anything else? Seeing none?
So moved.
Got a motion?
Motion, and I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. We'll call the vote.
Got to do a verbal because we don't compute.
Oh, we're doing it. All right, Councilman Schmidt, we're going to go verbal.
Yes.
Guile.
Yes.
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 All right, thank you for that. Ayes have it so moved. The agenda has been adopted and passed. And up first is going to be our recognition for the Fort Walton Beach High School softball team 2025 Class 4A state champions. And I heard that was your first time too, so that's amazing. The worst part about athletes is they're always taller than me, which is really upsetting. But the coach is with me. All right, we're good here. Want us to move forward on this? All right, let's just move forward a bit. Oh, same side. All right, we're going to all go to this side. All right. All right, and instead of trying to butcher all the amazing things that happen, Coach Gray, if you want to take this. Oh, you're a Coach Gray? Taryn. Taryn, okay. I thought you were Taryn Gray.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Now I'm on the spot. I don't know exactly what to say, but I thank you for supporting us. We've been through it. We had a very, very long season, and these girls have sacrificed a lot, and they've done a lot to make everybody proud. That's Destin and Fort Walton. So just wanted to appreciate y'all, and thank you for having us.
Yeah. And then other than that, names, did you want to roll call them or?
Them do it.
Yeah,
All right, so I'm Coach Gray. I'm the head coach at Fort Walton Beach.
Name and position.
I'm Mary Miller. I'm the shortstop.
I'm Kelsey, and I play right field.
Macy Borgen, third base.
Anna Abernathy, second base.
Riley Cleveland, first and outfield.
Taylon Mayhew, second base.
Ansley, left field.
Anna Beal, first base.
I'm Izzy Douglas, and I was the pitcher.
Your turn.
I'm Coach Quinn.
There you go. And then Coach Brent.
It's Coach Brent Abernathy.
Oh, come on, that's all you got? All right. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. You guys represented Fort Walton, Destin. We're all one big community, so we really appreciate you not only being represented at the state, but taking it all the way. So we really appreciate you guys bringing home the gold. There's some awesome awards you got going on, and we really appreciate you guys. So congratulations and all of the things are ahead of you. Awesome. Oh, shake your hand. I thought you said, let me say one more thing.
So I know 3 of us up here went to Fort Walton as well, right? You, me.
What? 12, baby.
05, and you don't have to say it.
When
right?
you guys graduating? 2026. They're graduating in 2026. I'm not old, but I'm getting there.
Taryn, there's about 5 girls, 5 or so from Destin on your team? About 5. They played Little League, I think, most of them, too. 4, thank you.
Awesome.
Jim was asking.
He was saying that they need to get on the youth council. We need, yeah. We need more Destin Youth Council.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for being here, making the trip. All right. All right, and with that, we will move right along into public comments. Anything and everything not going to be discussed on the public hearings A and B are welcomed at this time. I'm going to start from my right, y'all's left, if anyone wishes to speak. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just push the gray button down. You can let go. The light's on. Name and address.
Estella Scoma, 332 Tequesta Drive, Destin, Florida. Okay. Good evening, Council. My name is Estella Scoma, and I'm a junior at Destin High School. I'm here tonight to advocate for my appointment to Destin City Youth Council. As a former member, I was disappointed that we did not meet the application quota for the 2024 to 25 term. To help address this, I spent the past several months recruiting 8 out of the 11 applicants before you this evening. Government is my passion, and I have furthered that interest through my current internship under Mayor Wagner. It would be an honor to once again serve Destin's community and youth alongside such commendable applicants. I actively exercise my leadership skills through my extracurriculars. I have served as both sophomore and junior class president, and I'm the founder and president of Destin High School's volunteering club, which is now in its 3rd year. I also serve as a student ambassador and am a member of National Honor Society. In addition to my school and civic involvement, I hold a part-time job while maintaining placement on the A honor roll for the past 2 years. My first time on the Youth Council was a very rewarding experience, and I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve again. Finally, I would like to voice my support for the proposal in Section 4H of tonight's agenda, appointing 5 residential and 5 non-residential members to the Youth Council. This amendment to the bylaws would, in my opinion, strengthen both attendance and overall progress for the Youth Council. Thank you, Council, for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Great job. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. He was wondering if you're also an applicant for the Youth Council.
Former Youth Council, maybe? Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Christopher Byron. My address is 263 Mattie M. Kelly Boulevard. I have a question regarding Ordinance 2511CC. I was made aware of this yesterday by a fellow resident of Destin, and I've come here tonight to ask a question. While I do understand that the findings show that excessive and unnecessary noise interferes with residents' quality of life, health and safety, and welfare of the general public, I too am a fan of public safety and public health. I'm not here to compromise that. My concern, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is if residential properties are not allowed to produce sound that is heard past their setbacks at any time of the day, is there any protection here for reasonable relaxation or celebration? Are we allowed to pull permits to have a birthday party? There are a lot of houses close to each other, and I know a little bit about sound production, and honestly, I think my cell phone could produce a noise that could be heard by my neighbors. And I'm not here to be argumentative, I'm here to inquire.
With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kopp, our city attorney, just to answer that.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So the ordinance actually contains a definition for noise. It doesn't just mean any noise. It's actually noise that occurs in such a quantity and for such a duration that it's injurious or disturbing to the neighbors. So you can make noise that your neighbors hear. It's just when it's continuous and of such a quantity that it's causing injury to the neighbor and bothersome. So.
That kind of, and if you need further, we can definitely get you their emails and go into further discussion, but I try not to make this a back and forth, but if you have any final words on that? All right, thank you, sir. Then feel free to get Dr. Tamara Young's email, she's our PIO, and then we can get anyone if you have further discussion later.
I'm trying to, which section, because most of that is time. You know, you can make noise till 7 o'clock at night or whatever for like contractors. I mean, it's not like you can never make noise on your lot or at your house.
Can you clarify that, Ms. Kopp? There's only a time limit for non-residential. Residential applies all the time.
Okay.
But it's the noise as defined as I said it, so it's just injurious and bothersome, not
Right.
all noise.
Yeah, you can have a party, so, yeah.
And you can tell them we said so.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, no, a 40-year-old's birthday party where people are.
All right, anyone else? Public comments? One round. Yes, sir. Just push that gray button.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Daniel Danforth. Dan Danforth is typically what I'm called. My address is 7199 Kimbrell Lane in Milton, Florida. Longtime resident of the community, grew up in Pensacola, used to be a former builder here in Miramar. And, and my company is called Project Hydrology, and we specialize in stormwater water quality. We won the state's award last year and considered a state's expert. My partner wrote the FDOT drainage manual, was a lead hydrologist for FDEP for 30 years, section chief. And we specialize in water quality, and particularly holistic. We don't use chemicals, all natural, biomimicry. And tonight I'd like to bring you $1 million. I have a relationship with the FDEP, and on August 7th we were given a grant. Now there's a little bit of a window, but it also goes on next year. And so we can piggyback it and get you $2 million. And we've been recognized for what we do in water quality, and particularly algae blooms. And it's specific to algae blooms what I'm talking about. We have a couple different technologies to get you there, proven science, natural ways to do it. So I'm handing you $1 million. I just need a little staff for support to get the application in. If you want to do a project before this year, it's got to be in before September 1st. My staff will help you. State staff will commit. It's got to be a partnership with the municipality, of course, and then we can do it again next year. We've got about $500,000 we're going to do with Escambia County. We had over $1 million conversation today with St. Pete. I'm doing almost $1 million job with Brevard County, and so what we're doing is real. And so I got some handouts here for you, but this particular product hosts, grows, and distributes natural bacteria in a weighted hose around the body of water, and it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all natural, no harmful to humans, and it outruns the eutrophication, and so it's able to combat the algae blooms, your lily pad growth, milfoil, things like this, duckweed that take over and so it even eats 2 to 9 inches of pond muck per season. We've got about 800 of them in America. I'm the distributor for Florida. We have about 10 different really innovative products that we've won state awards with. I can make your retention pond half the size. I can increase your permeability rate so your stormwater has a better response. We do floating islands that can reduce nitrogen and phosphate levels by half. So we do constructed wetlands, basically. So we can help you with some of your challenges. And then today, I get off the phone with St. Pete, and guess what pops up on my phone? You know, Google's listening, right? You know, I mean, I know. And so I'm like, well, there you go. So I get on, and it's like, oh, that meeting's tonight. I'm going to Destin, right? You know, and that's how it happens. So I walk, you know. But this is the information. I can help staff. We'll help with your paperwork, but it's $1 million. You can have it today. Seriously, give me a staff member, and I can fix these problems over here. I don't know how many people can come in here and tell y'all I can fix these problems. I can take away the odor, and I can fix that algae. That's a fact.
Point taken. Yep, Councilman Gao.
So here's some handouts for everybody. I got 9 of them here. And so,
I have a question.
And yes, sir.
Are you confined just to the algae and bloom, or can you test Crab Island for fecal coliform? Because I'm sure we could shut that thing down.
Well, you know, anything to do with water quality is where we can build into this grant. And so I have the open conversations with DEP, and so I can help you if we can point me in the right direction.
Councilman Schmidt?
Larry, what do we need to do to pursue this? Just to direct you and Jeff to meet with this gentleman as soon as this week?
Yes, sir, I would think. But to that end, if it's the submission deadline is September 1, is that what it's?
That's for this year. So, you know, it's a bit of a push for everybody right now, even St.
We
Pete.
won't even meet again until September.
That was my point, is that you're going to give us permission to move forward if we see it viable.
Can we make a motion to help facilitate that?
Well, a lot of those lakes like you're referring to, that's not even a city lake. So there's probably a lot of logistics I imagine you would have to work out with our staff. But turning away $1 million potentially is stupid, so I want to be able to give you whatever time and authority that's needed.
Yeah. I was hoping he had a check, but I guess.
I was waiting to pull that out, yeah.
I'm just going to direct the city manager to get with you ASAP and see what we can do and figure it out, because if we can, let's do it. If not, then we'll do it next year.
That's a motion,
Is that a
right, Kevin?
motion? I'll second
And I'll
that.
second that.
All right, got a motion, I got a second. I'm just gonna throw out there, if Larry's like, we got a golden ticket, this is good, I'll call a special meeting. We just need 4 people here for 5 minutes then.
And this is non-matching.
We'll see.
Only thing I can't get you is a car.
I'll see August 30th
and
what
a boat.
happens.
Yeah, this is real. It's almost like too good to be true.
All right, well, we appreciate you being here. Thank
And
you.
next year, we can keep this going for next year. Because it's
Fantastic.
maybe the entire basin look.
Well,
All right, well, we got our motion, got our second. I don't see anyone else up for discussion, do I?
I was up, but no.
Okay, nope. All right, I'll now call the vote. Well, jumping a little over to this public comment,
Yeah,
if it's working.
we all have it. You're not working?
Uh-oh, getting hacked. All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right, thank you, sir. Yeah, if you want to pass them out, just give them
Yeah,
to
just give
Larry.
them to Larry. He'll
Couple
pass it.
catalogs of what
Yep, just push it all that way and we'll get it going.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for clarity, if we find this viable, do we want to reach out to have a special meeting or just move it forward?
Correct.
Since there is no match.
Yeah, I would say.
Call a special
if-
meeting.
Yeah, I would say call a special meeting if
Okay.
you think this
We will
is
reach out to the mayor.
not too good to be true.
Okay.
Get it done and we can get it.
Oh, okay, I got you. Hey, Ray, Councilman Guile is still marked absent.
He's here.
And with that, Guile, can you record your vote?
Yeah, it would have been a yes.
All right, so that's going to make the adjustment to 7-0.
6.
Count-
6 of us here.
Oh, 6, because Dewey's not here. Oh, so it auto
Somebody
voted.
voted for me.
Oh, even worse.
How many times you guys pulled that crap on me?
You finally figured it out.
Turned away, we clicked it.
All right. While this is going on, anyone else, public comments? Yes, sir, Angels. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I got you. Yep, I'm sorry.
I've never done this before.
All right. It's already on, so just
Okay.
name and address, and the floor is yours.
Sure. My name is Noah Shatkin. I live at 1260 Emerald Bay Drive. Although I'm not a City of Destin resident technically, I hope to see that change in the future, and I'm hoping Bobby Wagner's efforts to incorporate us and make us part of the city at some point changes in the future, and we become part of the City of Destin. The other thing I wanted to say, even though I'm not a City of Destin resident, I own 3 commercial properties in Destin and also run a business in Destin locally. All 3 of my children attend Destin schools. I'm here to speak in support of adding parking for the Destin Little League and to add to Destin Little League to make improvements to Threadgood Park to add parking and buy that property that's next door to Destin Little League. Being part of Destin Little League has made us feel, to be frank, be part of Destin family. Being part of Little League has been amazing for our kids, amazing for our family, and really makes it amazing to live in Destin. And we really, hope that the city invests in Little League and does more in the future. I would like to invite the council members to come out to Threadgill any game on any night and see hundreds of Destin kids and hundreds of people there enjoying themselves, and it's a part of Destin that we love. Having that parking lot would make it safer for the kids at night when you're walking in the dark and trying to go from your car. It's something that I think safety-wise that we really do need, and it's something that they should add. As far as the lighting and all the different improvements that they want to do, the match that the city is asking to do, I really hope that you guys vote in favor of doing that. And as I'm all in on Destin. I have, like I said, 3 commercial properties. I run a business here, and it's very important to me and my family, and I think the Destin Little League family as well. So, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Hold up, Tim. I got you this time.
Carrie Harbarger, Mountain Drive, 307. So I wanted to talk about something that was talked about last meeting when Councilman Bagby really encourages our citizens to show up to the meetings. I do it all the time. I'm always on Facebook. Everybody's got a complaint. My son laid into somebody today about it. Get your butt up here. But I want to say something, how I feel. You want to come up here and start criticizing staff? This is what you're going to get. This is what you're going to get. You're going to get selective enforcement. And I don't appreciate that. I want you to know that Noel Bell sends people. Now, Mr. Braden had talked about how a lot of our calls should be generated, our code calls. Well, I mean, I understand that people have the right, employees have the right to make sure our community's in shape, but I don't care for selective enforcement. If it's good for me and it's good for everybody, and that's my only complaint. I'm not complaining about being made to do something right, because boy, I'm up here at all these meetings. But what I am complaining about is selective enforcement. And let me explain a little something about this too. Something was kind of brought to my attention, because Mr. Giles, Councilman Giles, had appointed me to the SR short-term rental committee, and I sat on that on his behalf, and I learned a little bit. And so I had come across some things about short-term rentals and COOs that are being issued through our staff. And apparently we have one person that runs the show here and decides who gets to make money in this town and who doesn't get to make money. And I'm going to explain something to you. I put an ice machine on my property on Mountain Drive. It's a coin-operated machine, and this community has no rules and bylaws for coin-operated machines outside of a car wash. So I get a call from Noelle, who's got her drones all up around my, flying around, drones everywhere. And so she starts sending her henchmen over, and next thing I know, I'm saying, well, there's no ordinance on the, Keith Howard, he put one down there, and he gave, put $1,000. Well, Keith Howard's got a lot of money. I don't. I'm assuming he does. I don't know that he does. Heard that he does. Nonetheless, I'm just saying that. Then all of a sudden it's kind of decided, well, for $900,000, so I get embezzled for $1,000, and I'm okay with that. I pay $1,000 to put my machine up there, but by God, come back to City Hall and make an ordinance about it. Don't selectively enforce people. If it bothered you that I had a coin-operated machine, it should have bothered you that the AOC had one and didn't have to get a permit. And it should have bothered you that other people got one, but it was me. Because I come up here, and I've been participating with the city meetings since about 2013. I got very involved. And as everybody can tell, if I'm not here, I can't defend my business. So I come. So my point is that we submit COOs, it came to my attention, that get extended or initial, let me just say, that just regarding one that was on Holiday Isle property. It was issued a temporary COO in July and a final in October, but yet still allowed to lease their condo out or their short-term rental for that 3 months, $12,000 a week. That's a lot of money you get to generate off not being in compliance. When I got to be in compliance, when somebody could drive by 13 feather flags to come give me a ticket for one, make sure everybody's in compliance. Now I'm hearing there's one on Crystal Beach going through the same thing. COOs are issued, and 3 months later, they're making all this $150,000 out of compliance, but I can't fly a feather flag? I'm asking for equality. I'm asking for the staff too, and I don't think that any of that was right. So that's what.
Final thoughts.
And I'm always going to come up, and I'm always going to talk. None of this will ever bother me. We can have 10 more of these. I'm always going to be at these meetings, and I'm always going to speak out for the people. And in doing so, I have found out this past week, and talking to people, talking to me about other things, that I'm not the only one. I'm by far not the only one that complains about selective targeting enforcement in this town, and it causes problems. It causes problems for our town and gives us a horrible name.
Give you 2 times.
That's it. Any questions?
All right, Councilman Bagby.
May I walk?
Hey, Steve.
Do you want me to stay?
Can you remind me what is allowed to be proactively enforced as opposed to complaint-driven?
Steve's lookalike is here.
Oh, I thought that was Steve. I guess I'll have to put on my glasses. Okay, well, guess who gets to cover for Steve?
No.
No?
I think it's signs, parking, and trash cans, if I recall.
Yeah.
Flags, parking, and trash cans, yeah.
Those are the priorities.
Right, that's
Those
not
aren't the
Steve.
only things that can be
No,
proactively
we actually
enforced.
directed that they be proactively enforced as opposed to having to be complaint-driven, because code has always been heretofore, before that, complaint-driven.
Right. All right, anything else? Yes, Councilman Braden.
I was just wondering if, Carrie, if her fines were complaint-driven, or if somebody actually called on it, or if they just drove by and saw it.
I would
don't
say
know. We
with
can find out.
Steve not here, yeah, I'm assuming let's have staff, we can send us back a full report. All right, anyone else? Yeah, if you, one sentence.
Was your
Sorry.
tickets that you got in your hand, were they complaint-driven? Did
No,
somebody call?
so I did a records request, and I received it this morning from Ms. Gardner in records, and every one of my complaints were initiated by Noel Bell.
Thank you, ma'am.
Were they for flags?
All right, up next. Sounds like we want a report on that. Hello, sir. Name and address.
David Coles, 3817 Indian Trail. I'm here to ask for your consideration for Section 4H, the Destin City Youth Council. I applied, and thanks to Stella Scoma recommending me. And I've lived here for 8 years. I've gone to Destin Elementary, Destin Middle, Destin High, and I really enjoy it here. I'm the president of National Honor Society at Destin High School, and I enjoy leadership positions there, and I'd like to be more involved in my community. I don't have any notes, so that's about it. I just want to ask for your consideration on that.
All right, thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? F4G. Oh, sorry, Tim. Yeah, H, 4H.
Brian Otto, 1117. No, that's my birthday. Sorry. 3826 Indian Trail. I'll be super quick. The basketball Monday night at the gym, I've been playing for like 25 years, and whoever's running it now, it's amazing. They're doing a great job for like the last 3 years there, FYI. Best place to play anywhere, bar none.
Good job, Brian.
The way they manage it, so great job there.
Team.
Second,
Team Ryan.
oh,
Sorry.
I'm the Destin High School cross country coach. David's one of my runners, and he started the program there, so thumbs up to him. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you being here, Mr. Otto. All right, Tim. Appreciate the patience.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilmen and women, and staff. Tim Kruger, 604 Harbor Lane. And I just wanted to take a minute and thank you for recognizing what's going on at Joe's Bayou. I see section 4, agenda item I. You're going to be looking at that. You know, it's somebody who's lived on the water here for lots of years. I kind of hate that it's come to this, but somebody towing their kid on a tube versus having a 2-stroke jet ski race course set up there on the shelf, they're two totally different things. It's dangerous. Mr. Otto, his children swim out there, play out there all the time, right next to my house in the park area. And, you know, we have people that are paddle boarding, kayaking, swimming, scuba diving, snorkeling, and doing everything in the water, including all his children out there having a great time. The jet skis are dangerous. They're a nuisance. And unfortunately, the operators are just kind of thumbing their nose at the residents and, if I dare say, you know, at the city. So thank you for taking that under consideration, and I welcome your progress in that area. Secondly, I want to thank Mr. Mayor, as we learned that all of the wires had been dug up for a beautification project through one of the city's contractors, and you were super responsive with me and getting that set up. You know, we had no internet in our office, you know, for the better part of 2 days. So thanks for being so proactive, and in spite of you having to also deal with a boat underneath the bridge. So you did a Herculean effort, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I'll say that I was just playing telephone, and it's all staff. All right. Anyone else? All right. Hurry. I know you're always quick. Come on.
Indian Trail, 3826, Brian Otto, said it backwards, but sorry. Yeah, no, I just want to second that. Yeah, he's right. My family, we're down. First of all, what you guys got down there is a gem, right? It's a national treasure. You guys, if you don't know what you have down there, it's amazing. I'm sure you guys all do, of course, but for people that listen and don't know, it's amazing down there. Yeah, it's getting dangerous. I've been down there for 15, 20 years, and it's just more and more dangerous. So anything we can do, thanks.
Appreciate that. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comments and we'll move to the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'll motion for approval.
And a
as
second.
it.
Second.
A second by both councilwomen. And any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. There you go. All right, the ghost is gone. You got your voting power back. Congratulations. All right, ayes have it so moved. Moving along, Councilman Schmidt, G3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an item under my name that we have asked to be presented by Mr. Matthew Dahlman, the treasurer of the Destin Little League Board. And he's here to present this item and go from there.
All right. The board recognizes you. All right, just hit that button.
All right, like Kevin mentioned, my name is Matthew Dahlman. I am representing this time up here tonight as the Destin Little League treasurer. I've been in that position for a little over 8 years. I'll just give you a little background on Destin Little League. Like they said, this is the absolute best thing that's going on at this city. I'm sorry for everybody else in here, it just is. 8 years ago, we were operating at a money in, money out. Sometimes more money out than money in. We made a conscious effort to really go after city leaders and other businesses to help support our league. And we were able to then, in partnership with the city, build those beautiful batting cages that are out at Third Gill Park. If you haven't been over there to see that, you should. Thank you to the city for partnering with us to do that. We put up $45,000, I think, and then the city put up the other I want to say 60, don't quote me on those, please. But that was a very important partnership. A couple things that we have on the agenda tonight. One, the parking's already been brought up. 100% support that. If you're out there on a Tuesday night at 6:30, when the first games are ending and the second games are about to start, it's an absolute nightmare. So that is desperately needed, and we fully support that. But the main things I want to bring up tonight are some improvements to the park. We've been in communication with it's EAG Lighting, LED, Eagle LED. I think they're trying to make like a play on words. They have agreed to donate basically the fixtures, everything for the lighting, and all we would have to do is pay for the installation. So I think you have that in front of you. Installation costs somewhere around $22,000. And so we would like to work with the city to see if we could get that approved to upgrade that lighting, much like is done over at Morgan's Park. The second item on that is turfing of the infields. You've got quotes in front of you, one that has a huge square footage, one that has a smaller one. Huge square footage is the entire fields. Small is just the infields. I've coached baseball for the last 15 years, been to every facility in the Southeast, I promise you. Coaching travel baseball. Turfing infields is the way that people are doing it now. The outfields, the grass grows, it's less wear and tear, it drains, there's no real issues when it comes to being able to make surfaces playable. Infields are where it becomes important. We've got more righties than lefties. My kid's a lefty, his batter's box perfect. Righties is terrible. It's like they're digging trenches in there. Get a little rain, 30 minutes of rain, we can't play. So we've got a quote in there for about $229,000 to $30,000 to do both fields there, turf just the infields and leave the rest in grass. So Destin Little League, in total, Destin Little League is willing to contribute the $60-something thousand that the contract would be through this Eagle LED, and that would be through us because we are a 501c3. And so that's part of the allure to them being able to donate that, right? I don't know legally if they could donate to a city like they can a 501c3. I have no idea, but not here for that. So we're here to say that we would contribute up to $100,000 of our own money that we have raised through sponsorships, through registrations, through earmarking for improvements to a city facility, plus the money that they would be donating to us, and we would be asking for matching requests from the city in order to help us be able to fund that in its entirety of roughly $300,000 or so. So hopefully that is a good, quick synopsis of what we're looking for. Happy to try to answer questions.
With that, just so I'm kind of doing some napkin math here, they're going to donate lights and fixtures, and you need us for the 22 installation?
Well, we're kind of looking at this all as one.
Holistic,
right?
okay.
Holistic. So yeah, that portion is 22. The other portion was like 230, I think. So we're looking at somewhere around 200, and I'm giving wiggle room here because
Yeah.
we all know how construction goes.
125.
Correct. If we could just split whatever the expenses, the expenses are.
All right. With that, Kevin, do you have anything, anyone, discussion? Yeah, Miss Sandy?
Did you guys go to Musco to talk to them about lighting? Because I know that's what we just put on the field out here. I didn't know if you'd approached them or not.
So I can't speak to specifically of who all was approached. These guys came out of the way because they were willing to donate. Donations free is better than, much like that gentleman was going to give $1 million, like that's cool. So donations are better than.
You don't have any green algae on the field?
I don't think so. I don't know, but so that's why we're presenting. This guy is they're willing to do the donation of it. If Musco or another company, we're not tied to any specific company. We're just.
The only reason I'm asking is because that would be all the lighting in all the fields would be from the same company. That
Sure.
would be the whole thing, and then you wouldn't be dealing with two separate sets of lights.
Sure, no, I can, and I would be happy to ask them and find out if they're willing to donate it too. But that's a pretty hefty thing. Most people aren't.
Did you? I thought the mayor got them.
But if you want to, so it's going to be about $60K in free lighting fixtures. They're needing 22 installation. 22,000 for installation,
22,000.
22,000 installation. The turf is roughly 230,000. That was an estimate from a year ago.
Correct.
And so we'd be splitting that. He's currently looking at, let's just lump it all together, but those are what they are separately. That turf would be 2 infield. That's the minor and major league?
That's correct.
All right.
Yep.
Glad I read my briefing today.
Yeah, and I don't think, I don't want me to speak out of turn for Kevin on behalf of the board, but, we're looking to do both these projects. If we need to split these up and do one at a time, whatever,
last
we have some money to spend.
With those numbers, if this all goes well, I know there's going to be a lot of factors. Are you hoping to have this going as quickly as possible? Is a year out appropriate, or what's kind of your window of expectation?
I mean, as soon as someone could do it, right?
Yeah.
Right now would be an ideal time to get something like that going because, there is possibility of fall ball clinics, things like that. Our season runs January. Essentially, we start rolling in January and we go through May, June, depending on how well we do in All-Stars, et cetera. So I don't know if it would be feasible to be done by January, but we would certainly want to have it done in that time frame. If not,
Okay. All right. With that, I'll go back to the board. Councilman Dagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. A little bit different than what I heard from the staff this afternoon, so I'm going to just ask a bunch of questions.
Sure.
And this is why I asked my initial question, which ones we were moving forward, because I see them as 2 different projects. So let me start with the lights, because I'm pretty good with the lights. But I do share Ms. Trammell's question, I guess. So how many bids for lighting did y'all get?
Kevin, do you know that answer?
We didn't get bids because somebody solicited us to donate them for free. The bid
Okay.
for Musco is approximately $200,000 to $300,000 that the city staff has.
Okay, so but they're different lights, is what I understand, right?
I would assume so, yes. yeah.
Okay, and so what's the coverage of the light system that these guys, how many are we going to have to install?
It said 62 or something on the quote, wasn't it? It was like,
Staff answer that?
Are you talking about how many lights are needed for foot candles and everything like that, like on the field?
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
they're
too
talking about.
At Threadgill, I'm not too sure, and then at Morgan's, I'd have to check to see.
I'm not worried about Morgan's, we're just talking about Threadgill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to see the spec of the light and everything like that, and probably discuss that with the distributor of how much would come off onto
Yeah.
the field.
Because the
how
2
many per
projects are
pole?
not apples to apples, and so what I'm trying to figure, we can say, well, it costs us this up at Morgan's, but that's kind of irrelevant because it's a different footprint at Threadgill. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there, and I appreciate that they're going to donate the lights, and I'm okay with splitting the cost of installing the lights. I would like to know more about the lights. I'd like to know, how many we're going to have to install, where they're going to be, do we have plans? I don't want to just sign up for and this is, huh?
The attachment says 42.
Okay.
I said 62, sorry, I was off.
Yeah, that's okay. And I didn't have it pulled up because I still had my.
It also gives the voltage, the dimmable number, and everything else.
Yeah. So my main question was, how many other bids? Because if we can use the same lights, that way, are y'all going to maintain the lights based upon our last agreement, right? Once we pay our half to install them, y'all are incurring all the maintenance costs, or are we going to see you back up here, every 6 months? Because then there is if we are, but then there's a benefit if we have all the same lights and we have all the same contractors as opposed to 2 different lighting contractors.
Sure, and
Does that make
and
sense?
I think that, it makes perfect sense, and I think that we could certainly reach out to Musco and see if they're willing to do something similar
Yeah.
to have that. It's my understanding of the agreement that, we're basically leasing the park from the city.
Right.
Right? And so any sort of maintenance would be a city, we're just offering to help expedite the relighting of that park. If the city would like to go in and pay $300,000 and relight the park, we would, without a dollar from us, we would rubber stamp that and welcome that, right?
Yeah, the proposal that came, we haven't signed anything or agreed to anything or whatever, but the proposal that was presented, I guess, at the last meeting or meeting before last, I can't remember which one now, y'all would have it year-round. So that would inhibit us from being able to, right now you have it specific months. That would inhibit us from being able to rent it out for additional revenue to help pay for the upgrades and things like that.
Sure, and I think that could be all a part of the overall overarching agreement, right? If we're going to put in our $100,000 of privately raised funds, we are going to ask for some concessions
Right.
to be able to use that facility for our use. I don't want to step on any toes here, but that facility's never rented outside of anybody. I'm the one, I've personally rented it for a travel ball team a few times. Outside of that, we had one tournament 3 years ago, perfect game, I know, because my son played in it. Outside of that overflow, that facility is not a revenue generating. Maybe the staff can tell me differently, but I don't think so.
Yeah, but my memory is the agreement said if we gave it to, basically leased it to y'all for $10 or whatever for year-round, that y'all would do the maintenance. Maybe I misremember the item.
I don't think it was that they would do all the maintenance.
No, we'd still cut the grasses.
Yeah,
but-
and if I remember, I think the agreement stayed the same. I'm trying to remember Mr. Destin's motion, but the majority of the agreement stayed the same outside of the term and the use.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the maintenance and stuff would still fall on us for the majority.
And then, so that's all I have on the lights. When we get back to discussing the turf, I have a bunch of other questions.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Gao.
Thank you. I have a couple quick questions. First, I'd like to ask, has Threadgill generated revenue typically outside of Little League?
It does, but like Mr. Dahlman's saying, it's not anything compared to what Morgan's is. I mean, there's been birthday parties and things of that nature. Like you said, a tournament 3 years ago. I can get those numbers. That way we can know exactly what's going on so we can see it, but it's not, every week we're not putting anything over there.
All right, I got one other quick question before I make a statement, but, so I was watching a podcast with Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce, and Julian Edelman, where they talked about one of the worst things you can do for kids is turf, and that was mainly for football. But is there going to be any liability on the city if we do turf, or will there be waivers that eliminate? I don't remember specifically what they were saying, that the turf was tearing up knees or something of that nature, but is there going to be any kind of release of liability that the city needs to generate so that it eliminates any potential lawsuits in the future, or?
I haven't had any conversations about anything with the turf company, but if we want some kind of release of liability, I can look into it for you and come back at another meeting.
Yeah, that would be
I don't have
great.
any,
Yeah, I'm
prior to
just-
tonight, I don't have
For the
information.
people utilizing it is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course, we have sovereign immunity, but
Okay.
I would hope that what would be put in would be safe for children.
Mr. Dahlman, isn't there
We
some
also
release?
have Little League insurance that we pay for out of every registration that covers those types of things. And I believe that we have an indemnification clause in our interlocal
Lease.
agreement, at least as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's like you get one doctor says it hurts, one doctor says it doesn't, one doctor says crushed brick's good, one says it's bad,
Yeah, but what I'm worried about is we have jackasses that trip over a sidewalk and sue us for $50,000, So I just don't want that incident happening over here. But I'd like to make a motion that we get with staff to ensure that what they're doing meets the minimum criterion for that subject.
The lighting?
And that we find the funding to meet half and approve for the turf and the lighting.
I'll second that.
So that's lighting and turf?
Yeah, it's one.
Okay. All right, I have a motion, I have a second. We'll continue. Councilwoman Aber?
I was going to make the motion, so go ahead.
All
I
right,
apologize.
Jump
I
in.
took that from you.
all right. I'm gonna jump in, because if we want to be bullish, we always want to be not government and do things almost like a small business, and I think this is a great opportunity. I've beaten the hell out of the acronym FERDAP, but it's up to $400,000 in matching grants. The biggest point persona of this whole grant is having a nonprofit local arm that is basically bringing us to the city versus the city bringing it to the community. Last year, the lowest points, this is a point score of like 120 to 0. The lowest city was Tallahassee with 63 points. Me just checking some boxes being ultra ridiculously conservative, we could get about 78 points with a project like this with the turf because of our district and how baseball falls under the checklist. So just going to throw that out there under his motion of finding funds. The caveat, September 30th is the deadline. The funding would be here a year from now. Well, before that, since we have an early legislation season coming up, after the money is appropriated, the money is then distributed. But just throwing that out there, as I'm always beating up FERDAP, but this would be buku bucks that we could really go after and get something great out of that. So I'm just going to throw that in for food for thought and turn that over to Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I may make a substitute motion. I hadn't decided yet. Only because the mayor's absolutely right. See, this is one of these things that we walk on and, hey, it's $125,000. Okay, well, that's not insignificant sum. I get, the $25,000 or half of the installation of the lights or whatever. I'm all in for that. So, although I would like to see if we can get them as part of the Musco, but if they're donating the lights, we'll install them, and then we'll see who can cost us the least to install them. The $115,000 each, okay, $115,000. We haven't really. It seems like a knee jerk. Oh, boom, here. No, hang on. Why didn't we apply for a FERDAP grant last year? Last September or last August or whatever. And why aren't we trying to bring everything we do, we try to bring partners in to say, hey, can you give us some money? County, can you give us some money? TDD, can you give us some money? State, can you give us some money? DEP, DOT. And this is we're just going to go it along alone and try to, it's a great cause. I support the cause, but there are a lot of other ways to do this. I believe I have several issues that I've discussed with our attorney, and I'm sure she's discussed with you or Mr. Schmidt, but it's a violation of our purchasing policy, okay, for something this large. This is outside the city manager's spending authority, which is where we usually draw the line. I think we've probably done 40,000 or something over his 35,000 before, but it's not something. It hasn't been staffed, so the staff doesn't know, because when they briefed me this afternoon, it was, here's what it's going to be. It's going to be this and it's like, okay. So my concern is really on the turf. Okay, nice to have. I agree with you. Probably, I don't know. I don't do travel ball. My kids are both adults, but probably all the way through the southeast. But it is a want, not a need, and the difference is, and that's $115,000. And so I will make a substitute motion that we approve splitting the cost of the lights, and we direct the staff to do a RFP for the turf and see if we can get a better price for the turf to install it and for the infield.
I'll second that.
All right, motion and a second, and Councilwoman Trammell, you're up now.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up the fact that I was listening to a podcast today about the National Parks Foundation and how they give money to nonprofits. So I would like to look into that as helping us pay for some of the turf. I think we can do the lights now, but I'm not sure we can do the turf now. So I just wanted to bring that up and mention that. And turf sounds really good, and you've got a price for turf here, but one of the things that is a problem right now at the park is stormwater. And all of that has to be done before you can put turf down. That's like we paved Airport Road and then we went and dug it up because we had stormwater leaks. We didn't fix the stormwater before we paved the road. We don't want to have to do that with kids, nor turf. So I think we need to look at that as well. So I'm hoping staff will bring part of that information to us, as like what those costs would be, because that would be on us. And we need to know that before we can commit. Thanks.
Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, just a couple questions, one for maybe Ryan and maybe Crystal, but isn't a light upgrade at Threadgill Park on the CIP project over the next few years for the city to be funding?
Yes, it is. We budgeted 8 poles at about $39,000 per pole for $300 and some thousand.
Okay.
And that is in our
And-
5-year capital plan for threat.
Eat the mic.
Crystal, they couldn't hear you.
He forgot his hearing aids too.
Pulling the mic closer. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes, we budgeted about $334,000 to replace the lights on the 8 poles at Dalton Threadgill, and that's currently sitting in the 2027
Sure. Okay, thank
budget
you.
renewal and replacement.
Anything on the turf?
We
Fields?
also, yeah, we also budgeted for the, let's see, the infield, $36,000. Of course, the infield is just clay. For
But it's on the CIP?
And that's in the renewal and replacement program also for 2027.
That's 12 points right there.
So that's, yep.
Thank you, Crystal. So city was, we're potentially planning on in the CIP
Yeah,
plan.
I'll just say the artificial turf would be an upgrade. That wouldn't be an eligible use of replacement money. But if you were to bring some money to the plate for the upgrade and we brought our renewal and replacement funds, that could be a very
Sure.
good match.
And then just a couple of quick clarification or comments. This item's not walked on to any agenda because it was on the agenda, which was publicized last week with attachments. So there's no sneakiness going on here. And also, you know, I probably will recuse myself of voting on this item. You know, and it's just interesting that it gets to that point. But if that's what makes certain people feel better, then I guess we can do that. But I have yet to see another organization or nonprofit come to this city to do anything near what this Little League organization is trying to do with the city of Destin's park. And I would assume if this did happen, that they're not just going out there tomorrow and throwing turf down. They would have to go through the city official's office for stormwater and for all of those things. But it would be actually moving forward rather than just talking about it for the next 5 years.
Councilman Gao.
I just want to make sure we all understand. One of the benefits of being on council is we can waive any procurement policy that's out there.
Great point. Councilwoman Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. Crystal, can we use the money for the upgrade and lights that's set aside here in the next couple of years that was going to be done anyway for if we want to upgrade to turf? You know, can we do that and that be like something they're matching? So
Yeah,
maybe not
yeah.
immediately put the turf in, we find out the safetiness of it, get the lights in, and then work on getting the turf in over the next 18 months or so in the budget of 27, correct?
Yeah, it's already budgeted for 2027, so that would require no action currently on our part. To the other point, though, it sounds, the lights, I'd say we're pretty much ready to go. If we did a proper request for bids or looked at cooperative purchasing to see who else has already done a competitive search for installation of lights, we might be able to find a contract to piggyback upon. We have funds available this year for the lights. For the renewal and replacement fund is just to replace existing assets, trying to maintain a certain level. And again, so we could use that fund as our match, but it would require other funding from another source, be it from an outside source or from a different source within the city to do the upgrade portion.
But pretty much they're helping make that happen, correct?
We can make it happen.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to
But
vote.
again, you might want to, as you know, with turf, they were just making the point, you got to make sure that your water issues are addressed well in advance of laying down the turf, which might bring you to the next topic here in a minute, with a possibility for addressing the water issues.
Okay, well, I'm not going to vote for the substitute motion. I'm going to go ahead. I feel like we need to move forward with this and help make this happen with funding that we already have and funding they're trying to give us and getting this upgraded. And if the lighting company that put in lights at Morgan's and charged us hundreds of thousands of dollars was willing to match that free deal, great. But I don't think we should hold back and say, well, you need to go out and get RFPs, whatever. If there's a company donating lights, whether they match everything else, I'm sure there's still going to be high-quality LED lights. The maintenance is probably going to be minimum compared to the monies that we're just maintaining that park, correct? So, yeah, I'm supporting your ideas.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, you probably used the incorrect word. It wasn't walked on, it was on the agenda. The problem was other than the two bids, the single bids from the two firms, there was no there, which is why when I started asking the staff questions this afternoon, that they didn't know, because we hadn't, what are we going to do about the drainage? Well, what's the time frame we're
Mr.
looking to
Bagby?
do this? Yeah.
Why would the staff know answers?
Well,
to
that's why we
buy-
yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Why are you concerned about staff answering questions about an item that was going to be presented on Sunshine in front of everybody?
Right.
So they shouldn't know, because this is an agenda item presented by a council member.
Right.
Presented by a board. So I don't understand what the major concerns are here from you with all
Well,
these
the
things.
concerns are how
You
we're
wanna
going to do
just
it. Because
tell
what
us?
happens if we don't involve the staff and we find out it's going to cost us $500,000 to fix the stormwater to put in the turf, then guess what? We're right back to square one, and we haven't applied for the FERDAP grant, which we probably, I guess, it looks like we might have a chance of getting.
I mean, you
know?
give me, I got a couple
Yeah.
recommendations and turn probably
And
Kevin
so-
loose on this.
If this had been brought up in the normal budgeting cycle process, we could have applied for the FERDAP months ago and probably have it, we may have even gotten it for this fiscal year. They just
But even
started
if you
1 July.
move these funds and you approve this, nobody's signing a deal right now, writing a check, right?
Right.
So let's just say that happens with your hypothetical. It's $500,000 to do a stormwater project.
Yeah.
Well, then guess what? The money just stays in the city of Destin's bank, I'm assuming.
But see, we
You know
can't
what I'm saying?
spend that $125,000 on another item because what we're doing here is obligating those funds.
Or you're just hypotheticals all night long about
No,
a
I'm just-
nonprofit
that's
that's
an
sitting here
actual
trying to
fact.
give you money.
Huh?
They're
That's just
trying
a
to do
fact.
something good for your part, for our
Yeah,
part.
I know.
Okay, just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
clear.
and so, and I'm okay with the lights, it's the turf.
Gotcha.
Okay? The lights, I don't know if they're as good as what we got up in Morgan's. It doesn't really matter unless we have to replace them in 3 years, and then we'll have a different conversation, because it's like, we should have gotten the FERDAP grant and gone with the same lights. But, I think these lights will probably be great. And I appreciate this company donating, and I appreciate the Little League folks, going out and soliciting these bids. But I just am uncomfortable at $125,000 when there are a lot of other places, that money resides. And if we had talked about this last year or even at our budget meeting, we probably could have gotten some of that money and it wouldn't be costing us $125,000.
We did talk about it last year. Unfortunately, we didn't take any action for some
Okay.
reason or another. We can go pull the minutes if we need to.
Yeah.
All right, and one critical part about the FERDAP, if we do this project within 1 year, if we apply this year and we're like, you know what, we're just gonna do it, FERDAP's a reimbursement grant regardless, we can apply, roll the dice, do the project, and if we do win, and it's points, so we can be very certain if we hit a threshold, we'll get reimbursed anyways, and we'll we'll be close to the end of the deadline, but we can do this on the front end and get reimbursed like the program is anticipated to do to begin with, so full circle.
Can I just bring, I appreciate.
Bring it all back in.
I appreciate all these, I'm not familiar with FERDAP, this,
Yep.
that, the other, okay? Volunteer board. We're not a grant writer, We're not a thing. We are just
We'd be doing
fundraisers and volunteers. So we're just coming saying, this is a goal of ours, and we have $100,000 that we're willing to help commit to upgrade a city park. And we're just asking for someone to help us. If there's another way to do it and we can get reimbursed, we're all for it. But that is not my expertise. I have a real life and a real job in addition to spending hours and hours coaching baseball. And we don't have grant writers on our board. So that would be, I would lean on you guys for help. And I think the main ask here is to ask that you guys approve us to work with the city to try to make this work.
Perfect. All right, and with that, I see the board's closed. We'll call the vote on the substitute motion. For Jim, you want to help me here?
To approve the expenditure of the, whatever it is, $10,000 or $12,000 for the lights, and to direct the staff to
Put out an
request-
RFP.
Yeah, what? Yes.
Put out an RFP for the
Yeah,
turf installation.
To see if we can get a better
Better
price on the
price.
turf.
Is the 11 work? Should we rephrase that to 50% not to exceed amount? Okay.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Ryan, who's the turf companies that you usually get quotes from and you usually would use?
It's Forever Lawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the quote that's in the packet? The same company though, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to be abstaining for potential appearance of impropriety or something like that.
Great vocab. I don't know what that means. I'm just kidding. All right, with that.
This is on the substitute
This is on
motion
the
made by
substitute motion.
Councilmember Bagby.
Lights, 50%.
Yeah.
Okay, so noes have it. The substitute motion fails, and we're back to the original motion, Councilman Giles' motion, which was everything.
State that? Yeah,
Yes.
that staff verify that everything's compliant with local ordinances and any league requirements, and that we are gratefully accepting this organization's 50% offer to help improve our parks while we pay the other 50% for both lighting and turf.
Mr. Larry Jones.
Just a couple of things for clarity. Obviously, there's some stormwater issues we need to look at, so we would think that would be part of our due diligence as we move this forward. And the issue of a FERDAP grant being reimbursable, to move forward with that, even as we move this initiative forward, we would apply for FERDAP grant for the reimbursement of this project.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
You, okay. All right, with that, I will call the vote.
Hold on, Councilmember Schmidt, are you abstaining again?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it for the same reason?
For the
Keep 'em
same
in the
reason
corner.
Tonight,
Thank you.
What was that reason again?
for the possible,
Councilmember Schmidt is
Line.
an unpaid board member of the nonprofit, so for the appearance of impropriety, he's withholding from voting, not voting.
El
I just wanted to
Jefe.
hear him say impropriety.
All right. Ayes have it, so moved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5-0. You got your wishes.
Thank you.
Good job, Councilmember Bagby. No, I'd like to just, no, perfect discussion.
I just think there are much better ways to find money.
For sure. With that, I want some point of clarification for our staff. Under that motion, are you guys okay with sending this project to our Parks and Rec Committee to hear this under FERDAP and to accept their recommendations for this project?
I certainly don't have an issue with that, but
Yeah,
is it
there's just a
timely?
couple things that would be big point ticket items, and we're running out of council meetings to knock this out.
I would say go ahead and explain it to them, but I
Okay.
don't think any of
I
them
don't
on the
know-
board have ever heard of this before.
No, for sure.
so
I'm sure
it's
staff will.
great.
I didn't know if we need to direct the Parks Committee, or we're all.
I'll make that a
you guys are
motion,
good with
Mayor,
that?
if you need.
It would be just to inform them.
I'll make that a motion, Mayor, if you need it.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I got a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, we'll call the vote verbally, I guess. So this is just going to be to send this, lighting, turf, I guess the turf concept and FERDAP to our Parks Committee for information and approval.
And that is to check the box on
There's a-
FERDAP grant.
Yes, and there's a couple more if we want to lump them all, or if it's easier to go one at a time and keep it Robert's rules. All right, so we'll call the vote on that. Ray, is it easier for vocal? I got a couple of these. Spent like 2 hours making sure I got my FERDAP down. All right, we got it on the CIP, correct? Turf is on, infield is on the capital improvement projects for the 5 years. I got that confirmed. Do we feel comfortable doing an execute a cooperative agreement with Destin Little League for greater than or equal to 10% of the project? I know we just did that. Through this, does that 50-50 motion feel comfortable for
I
you
would think
guys?
so.
Okay,
This will reflect that.
perfect. I think those are really the three things. Yeah, we just need to make sure that we check these boxes. We just got, correction, we have to get above 56% or 56 points, which I think is going to be a cakewalk. But, all right, I think that's all we had. I'll let you know at the next meeting if not. Or make this happen. We're getting 120K for free from the state if it kills us.
I don't know if we clarified, are we doing just the infield turf or are we doing the whole turf? That was
Just
my
infield.
question.
Two
Just the infield,
infield.
okay.
Okay. Awesome. All right. And hopefully, at the end of the day, that will reduce our cost, their cost, and that'll go into stormwater, it sounds like. All right. Mr. Larry Jones with the Real 4A.
Thank you. The item 4A is regarding the livery registration discussion. If you recall, at the last meeting, we had a first reading of the ordinance regarding livery vessels, and it was sent back for some clarification. David Pichard, our Community Development Director, has put together some pretty binary questions that we would like to get some answers to that would allow us to better draft a ordinance for your first reading at your next council meeting. So David's going to come and kind of see if we can get some clarity on a number of issues that, again, will allow us to draft a more clearly defined ordinance and scope in an ordinance as we move forward. So, Mr. Burchard, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you, Larry. So, as you know, the proposed ordinance 2505CC, which is covering Article 8, which is permitting of livery vessel rentals, is going to make changes to two sections. The first one is required safety measures. There's three, based on the discussions last time, we found that there was three open questions for discussion. And would you like me to just read those one at a time, Mayor?
Please.
Okay, the first one is, does requiring livery vessel business employee training as listed in 2505CC benefit the public sufficient to be mandated by ordinance?
All right. With that, do I hear a motion, or do we have any discussion?
I think just, unanimous consent to make sure that we're knowing that that's the will of the board the council to take back to draft the ordinance. I suppose if you want to do it by motion, each question, that'll be fine too, but I don't think that's absolutely necessary.
I'm fine with the safety thing. Yeah, let's just break it down, if we could, in three parts.
Okay.
And then you can ask us the sub-questions, but I'm fine with all the safety things from my perspective. All right, those
Okay,
three
so
questions.
the other two are, it has to do with requiring livery vessel rental customer training and operator identification. And then the third one, it was the question, can the city adequately enforce the required safety measures? Staff opinion is yes. Yes, we can. And we would do that partially, but it's when they apply for their permit, they would sign basically an affidavit saying that they've met all the safety requirements from the code. And our code compliance would then do random spot checks. Those are the three having to do with safety measures.
All right. Anything on those bullets? All right. All right.
Thank you.
We're looking good. All right.
Okay, the second section that is being amended or proposed to be amended is regarding the section called permit not transferable, and there's 6, and I'll read those. The first question is, should the city limit the number of livery vessels to 490? Staff's comment is that as of August 13th, 2025, there are 484 vessels permitted but unassigned, or pending a permit. Additional vessels, including yachts and boat club vessels, have until February 2026 to be included per ordinance 2024-15 CC. The second question is, from the effective date of the ordinance, should unassigned vessels have 1 year before being removed from the permit? 3, should a buyer of a livery vessel currently under a permit be guaranteed the ability to register that livery vessel with the city? Staff comment is concerned that this could artificially increase the value of a livery vessel independent of the quality and condition of the vessel. Number 4, should the city, for the purpose of preventing the artificial inflation of sales pricing or price gouging, limit the sale price to no more than current NADA guide plus value plus 10% for a livery vessel that guarantees the purchaser the ability to obtain a livery vessel permit from the city? Staff's comment is that this action, our concern is that this action could be interpreted as arbitrary and capricious by not allowing prices to reflect the true value of the vessel. Question 5, should the purchaser of a livery vessel who benefited from a guarantee ability to apply for a livery vessel permit from the city be prevented from selling, transferring, or assigning the vessel for 2 years? Staff's comment is this action could be problematic in terms of enforcement. The violation would likely be discovered when the new owner applied for a permit, and therefore the negative consequence would be on the innocent party if the permit is denied. The sixth and final question is, should a livery vessel which has not been used in the normal course of business for at least 60 days be removed from a livery vessel permit?
All right, and I'm sure we got some opinions. Yes, we do. Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you, David and staff, for putting the time and effort into all of this. I'm going to just throw out a couple of comments, potential ideas that may or may not answer these questions. And then if there's any agreement, I guess we could go down the road, or is that okay how we're doing it? First quick question is, number 1, is it was brought to me by somebody that we're missing tail fins. Are they under that number of already in limbo, or?
We don't have them listed on that spreadsheet we gave you that I got from our permit tech. They were not listed as having a permit.
So then the 484 or 490 is like a pretty legit number. So in regards to that first item, you know, I feel like whatever that number is, 490, maybe 500 in case there's some random ambiguity numbers missed, I would like to set it. And then every year, I would like it to continue to fluctuate based upon the renewal registrations. So for example, if it's 500 and 500 registrations come in, it's 500. If 470 registrations come in, there's now 30 available registrations during the course of the next 12 months until the next registration period. At that next period, any of those 30 that were or were not used, the new number is now set. So let's say 5 of them were used. Now the number is at 475 for a whole nother year. So that's kind of my thought about a number. And that also allows it to go down potentially if they're not being used. I don't think the city should have any business getting involved with NADA and pricing and being a boat broker and dealer and all that stuff. I don't really like that. I think if I'm going to buy, can I use you as an example? Luther's Pontoon Rental Company. I think I should take the business, the registrations, if he's selling them to me. Let's just use an example of 10. If he has 10, I'm going to buy 10. I now have 10 registrations. I still think, though, I should have to come to the city of Destin to A, get my BTR, but then B, make sure that my business is not only going to just mirror what he did, but maybe I was going to tweak some boats. And now I have his 10 plus some other boats that no longer have parking. So I'd like to make sure that when I buy his business, I still got to go to the city to use his 10 registrations. And then lastly, I think my comment is if he's not using his vessels, I don't like the idea of the 4-month period or 6-month period. I think if you've been approved for a year during your registration, you have that entire year to do as you please with those registrations. When it comes time to renew it, when you renew, fill out a registration, you got to go through all of the approvals with the city, parking and bathrooms. Even if I don't use it, as long as I have all the approved potential opportunities to use it, then I just keep them, you know? Then do with them whatever I need to do with them, as long as I have those boxes checked. But if I don't have the ability to do the business with those registrations, I shouldn't be getting approval from the city. So then now they're no longer available. Kind of some thoughts there. Hopefully those maybe make sense. And if anybody else has questions, I'd try to answer them, because this has been one of the most confusing 6-7 years of conversation I think we've had.
Shoot. All right, I apologize. I messed everyone up here. All right, Councilman Guile.
David, does that make any, sorry, can I ask him first? If there are any-
that made sense.
About what
I
I
got
was,
Rodney,
That all
then
makes sense.
Sandy. Sorry about that. Yep, go ahead. Sorry. You got any questions? All right, I was resetting the board. All right, Councilman Guile.
All right, I do agree with some of the things Kevin said, that with the 490, potentially reducing those numbers annually. We paid for a study from the Army Corps Engineer. Army Corps Engineer said we're over capacity, that we are in a situation of imminent serious injury or death. So it only makes sense to me that if we can start reducing those over years and finding a way to reduce those permits or medallions or whatever the hell you want to call them, annually until we become a safer harbor, that's what we should be working towards. And if that program is any unused, eliminate that number or reduce that number for the next year, I'm all for that. As far as the effective date of the ordinance, should unassigned vessels have 1 year from being removed? Yes, allowing that 1 year before removing them with a permit provides fair transition period, right? The one where we're talking about, should a buyer or livery vessel be guaranteed a registration of that livery? This one, I have some partial issue with. If you're buying an entire business, potentially, if you're trying to buy one vessel, something Kevin mentioned is probably key there. It has to go before the city. City has to verify that they have the parking and everything else required. Because if you're buying 1 or 2 vessels, chances are you're not going to have the funding to have the docking. And this crap that we're doing right now, where we're, like Claude Perry, he's illegally letting livery vessels load off his dock every day for a fee. There's no parking allowed for that. I'm down there witnessing it. We don't have the code enforcement to enforce it, apparently. I've generated a document with pictures a couple years ago, submitted it, and we still haven't done crap about it. But I think that no matter what, it has to go before the city. City has to determine if that's a viable and if it's legal. And if it's not, it should be eliminated right there on that spot. Additionally, if you change your business from your DO, I think you should have to go through another approval process. So if you increase vessel, if you, any portion of a change of that business, we have too many people that have a DO right now that says, yes, I only operate this part of my business after lunch, so, or for evening, so I use all that parking for the livery. But the reality is now they're doing breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they don't have the approved parking. We're letting that slide. I think that needs to come to an end. I think that we need to be evaluating these things and putting a stop to those types of situations. As far as the NADA guideline, we need to stay away from that, in my opinion. I don't think we should have anything to do with that. Should the purchaser of a livery vessel who benefited from a guaranteed ability to obtain a livery permit or city prevent it from selling, transferring, or signing? I mean, I don't think we should have any say in that whatsoever. And should the livery vessel be not been used in normal business for 60 days? What do you do when there's a hurricane? You know, docks are wiped out, things are closed down. I mean, now we're saying 60 days. Now we have to come up here and we have to review it and say, okay, there's extenuating circumstances, so we're going to have to review that. There's a fire, somebody burned something, they have to rebuild something. I think we're confining ourselves too much, and we don't have the code enforcement to keep all of that in play. One of the other issues I have are these people that are holding on to their medallions, permits, registry, whatever the hell you want to call it, because they're trying to find the way to optimize money. To me, that's no different than the stock exchange or gambling or anything else. You've got a set time 1 year. Some people have already had it for 2 years while they're playing this game. If they're not going to use it, it needs to come back to the city, and then at that point, we reduce. If you've been holding it, you don't have the vessels to assign it to for some reason, if you purchase these things in advance and you can't get your business together in 1 year, you're just wasting, you're really just trying to play a lottery. That's all you're really trying to accomplish. You're trying to see if you can make money off somebody else's back by escalating that price. So 1 year should be it. After that 1 year, you're done. That's my take.
So you like Destin crypto coins? Destin crypto, that's what we're doing?
Yeah. The hot Tui girl?
All right, other direction. All right. Councilman Brady, I did have you up first. I'm sorry, the board got cleared, so I did want to get you in front, or unless you want to give Councilwoman Trammell. All right, Trammell.
I agree with everything Kevin said. I still have yet to figure out how we got into the NADA thing for registered vessels. To me, it was just the decal, medallion, sticker, whatever you want to call it, that I didn't want people inflating the price of when they either, and now if we turn it in after every year, that's fine with me. I think that's great. But just to be able to get a bunch of those and hold on to them and then turn around and try to sell them to somebody else for $15,000 or something, I just think is gouging. I think we ought to hold the number at what are we at, 490 right now? 490 was the max that we determined?
Yeah, that's the cap, yes.
At that point, I think we should hold it at that and like Kevin said, work down. But that's it.
I agree. All right, Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, no, he had to redo the board. I agree with a lot of what Councilman Gall was saying. He kind of stole my thunder on some of it. I did want to know why the one restaurant was not on this. I think they have a bunch of tiki boats behind there. Why are they not on this list?
Yeah, I don't know. So unless they're listed under a different name than the restaurant, but I don't know. That was the list I was given of the permits that have been issued, and we can follow up. If you have one that you think should have a permit and that doesn't have a permit, then we'll definitely follow up on that and verify.
I'm just wondering if they're operating illegally or.
Right.
Another thing, like I said last time, we never issued medallions or anything. We merely issued a sticker for the pontoon boats so we could count them because we were told there were so many, they're getting jockeyed around so many times, we can't keep count of them. So it's just a sticker. And I guess once we put the moratorium on it, everybody's like, oh, I'm gonna call it a medallion. I got something important now. But I don't know, and I have no idea how or why we allowed somebody to sell all their boats or business or whatever and continue to hang on to these registrations for a year or 2 years with no parking, no bathrooms, no nothing. Do we do that with all the businesses or, like I've said before, I have no idea how we got here. Like, I think it was Tori or Kevin or something, we've been talking about this for years and it's just gotten way out of hand. I mean, how it got to this point, I have no idea. It's crazy. I just can't wrap my head around it, to be honest with you. We issued a few stickers and then put a moratorium on it, and here we are. People think they got something, and they're hanging on to it. Why the city's allowing it, I don't know. But that's all I've got right now, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so this was about 40 minutes of my hour today was, yeah. Yeah, I can. What the issue is, part of the issue is it a moratorium or is it a cap? And so what I discussed with the staff was we should keep the moratorium in place and establish a cap of 450. Because as Councilman Giles said, we've been told by the Corps and by other, even the boaters, we got too many boats out there, somebody's going to get killed, somebody's going to get hurt. So we need to determine what a safe number is, and 450 is a place to start. The
Did you
way
say
that
350? I heard 350. 350?
Well, I
Do I
mean,
hear
the
200?
council can set the number, whatever they want to set it at, and then once we lift the moratorium, after we hit that number, that when we hit that cap, or go below that number. And how that looks is when we go below that number, then there are 5 stickers, 5 permits that will be available. And on February 1st, everybody will put in their request to permit their boat, whoever is out there, and we will pick 5, and they will have the first bite of the apple to get the permit, and then we'll pick 5 more in case one of those can't find a place, a slip, a parking, a bathroom, or whatever, or can't buy a boat. They intended to buy a boat, but they couldn't get a boat before March 1st. I agree the 60 days is too short. But I looked at it from a season ends in October pretty much, and they get rid of their old boats. They buy their new boats in February. They make sure their new boats are there by 1 March so that they can get the spring breakers and the summer season, and they can get use of those, that investment. They're not just going to buy a boat to have it sit for 4 or 5 months in the harbor waiting on people to come. So that's kind of how it would look, is because that's my concern is we can say we're going to keep the moratorium. We can say it's going to be $490, it's going to be $290. I don't care what the number is necessarily. What's the process so that when we go below that everybody knows and it's fair? Because, it could be a lottery, it could be first come, first serve, it could be transfers with the vessel. I would get rid of transfers with the vessel altogether. You sell your vessel, because most people, if they sell it, they're going to replace it. They can renew the permit for their boat. They had 10 this year, they can have up to 10 next year until they get below that, because we have to have a process going forward to issue these permits once we get down to whatever number we decide the cap is. And right now, we don't have a process. We just have a moratorium. And that's how we got into this false market of, well, I'll buy your permits, and that, no. And if you sell the company, I agree with Mr. Guile, and I think what Mr. Schmidt was alluding to was, you sell the company, the permits go with the company. You sell the boat, the permit does not go with the boat. The company retains it up until 1 March, and if they haven't used it, it goes into the lot, or 1 February, it goes into the lottery, and we pick names, and then that way it's fair for everybody to have an opportunity to get more boats. So that's my thoughts on that. I think that's, David, was there anything else that we discussed? I can't remember.
No, I think they got it.
All right, Councilwoman Hebert.
Thanks, Mayor. I think putting the word lottery into it sends a terrible signal to people. I got to hurry up and put my name in there. I want to get picked. I agree with what both Kevin and Tori have said, and I just want to point out, we may have put a moratorium on our harbor, but Fort Walton Beach had no clue that we needed their help, because they have 5 businesses that opened up, and each of those 5 businesses and their 50 to 100 pontoon boats are all in our harbor every weekend. Jimmy's is over there, the beach pontoons over there, beach weekend. You look, all of those Fort Walton Beach pontoons are in our harbor. So as people lose their business or they get done with it and our numbers come down, I don't think we need to add anymore. We just say we're done, because it's never going to be a small amount, because the other cities are not working with us on this moratorium. So I feel at this point, until we can get them to come to the table on the fact that y'all need to, quell how much businesses you authorize and how many boats and pontoons per business, I feel like we've shot ourselves in the foot, basically. So that's my thoughts.
I don't know, Mary Esther has a pretty trendy swing going on right now. Push them all to the sound. Councilor Schmidt?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Braden, I've heard something similar, but I believe in that example, they no longer were using pontoon boats and instead are using a different type of vessel that don't fall under the livery vessel registration, right? So they still have registrations available, but they're filling the dock with a different vessel now, which I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, but my example of kind of like in that scenario, when it comes time to renew, they're not really able to register for them because they have a different vessel in their dock and they no longer have parking available for all of their registrations plus these new vessels. So like maybe that's whenever it would be found?
That's correct.
Potentially?
Unless somebody alerts us
Ahead of
or
time,
we
sure.
discover it,
Okay.
then we could take action. But yes, when they come around, we would have to evaluate number of vessels, the capacity of those vessels and so forth, and the parking and everything.
So the tikis are different, not to lump them all in. Is that what you were saying?
So the vessels potentially behind this restaurant are COI type of vessels.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm tracking now. All righty, that's a cleared board. You're taking notes like a freshman college student. You got it?
Dave, you need any clarity?
This might
on
hurt
anything?
my GPA, I don't know. Just, if you don't mind.
Come on, hit us.
So I think I've got it. So generally, you can't transfer the ability to apply for a permit with a boat. But you can if the business is being sold and the boats are being sold with the business, okay? Don't like setting the price limit with the NADA plus 10%. Whatever the cap is going to be, I think everyone seemed to be in agreement with, if the next year we don't meet the cap, that becomes, and it's lower, then that's the new cap, and then that would continue.
Is that with a 1-year grace period? As far as, is that what I heard correctly? I was trying to take notes as well.
I believe it was the 1 year during the registration period, right? That-
Yes,
in
you have the
theory,
one,
yes.
okay.
Keep
All right.
going, Dave.
Okay. Generally, didn't see a need for the 60-day, but you have the permit for a year, whether you use it or not. There was some talk about the lottery. I don't know if there was kind of a consensus on the lottery, but some people didn't like it. And I think that's, and we wanted the ordinance to be silent on flipping. In other words, if someone buys a boat, well, if there's no transfer, then if we're getting rid of transfer, then it's moot. Never mind, I got it. I think that's it.
All right, and then on the lottery, we all saying no, I didn't look that way. Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
And that's fine. What is the process? Because it's either going to be first come, first, you're going to have 5 or 10 permits that are not issued that are left over from the year before. So is it going to be first come, first serve?
No.
Is it going to be
The new
lottery?
number is the least, okay, those 5 people didn't
Well,
re-register?
no. So you're just going to go down at when you get to, what number are you going to say?
200. Stop at 200.
I believe you're saying is if the number's 490, okay?
Yeah.
And March 1, 450 registrations come in, we're using 40.
450 is the new number.
That was.
So-
That's what I would
Well,
like to make that motion, that we, as the numbers, if people don't re-register, we don't hold those or lottery them out. We drop it down. When we end up down to 300, maybe that's our cap. But the point is, we should make it where if they don't re-register, it doesn't become a lottery. It becomes a new number at the end of the registration time. Okay, we had 16 that didn't re-register, boom, 16 off of 490?
I
Does
hear
that
you,
make
but I
sense?
guess in my mind, I'm thinking this coming season, the registration number is 490. We're starting with 490.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
One
490.
time, yeah.
But if only 450 come in during this period, there's still, we just set it at 490, there's 40 available.
But if they
until
don't
the next
register in
year.
time, right? Or you're saying we
I'm
give them
saying we
until
set it at
next year?
490, and you have 12 months now to fill the 40, and so my thought would be, yes, the first come, first served that fills out their
Fills out their
paperwork and everything
paperwork.
else. they
Yeah,
can
not a
use those
lottery,
40.
it's a list.
But 12 months later, if it ends up at 482, then that's the new number.
New number, yeah.
Well, the issue with the first come, first serve is if I'm a smart business person,
Take them all.
that's right, I'll take them, I'll be the first one, and I'll take all 40. Huh?
You have to have park, you have to have all the things to get approved, to get them.
You could apply for 40, but
You
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 have
don't
to-
have to have a boat because you can get the permit. You have to have the parking, you have to have the bathroom. And then once you get that, because I'm not going to get a permit or I'm not going to get a boat if there's no chance of me getting a permit.
Yeah, that's the last
That's the last thing I do is write that check for the boat. And the only thing I would caution y'all on is, with this methodology, is you're going to punish the Destin-based providers. Because you're going to say, well, when we get down to 300, then maybe we'll open it up. Well, all you're going to do is, now everybody's going to be coming out of Fort Walton Beach because the demand is still going to be there for pontoon boats. That's why I said, we need to figure out what our cap is. And, I said, yeah, 250, no, I probably wouldn't go that low because there's an advantage, just like our fishing fleet has an advantage to working out of the Destin Harbor. There is an advantage for our pontoons, and I know everybody is not big fans, but there's an advantage to them working out of our harbor. That helps our businesses down on the harbor and helps our rental houses, in the city of Destin, and helps provide a lot of revenue for this city. So if you just say, we're not going to refill it, and I don't care how you refill it. You want to do first come, first serve? Okay, that's fine, but if they don't get the boat within a month, then it goes back in the kitty and somebody else can get it. Or you can do, well, that's all I got to say.
No, good points. Councilman Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. With that being said, everybody, or not everybody, a lot of people have been trying to figure out how we can get the money that went to Rosemary Beach, Watercourse Seasides, back up here. And I can promise you, anybody you want to bet, it damn sure ain't pontoon boats that's going to bring them back here.
Councilman Gow?
I agree with that, but I got one question. So something Councilman Abear just said was City of Fort Walton Beach isn't supporting this. Have we reached out to them and tried to get their support, and they just physically said, no, kiss our butt?
The City of Fort Walton Beach didn't pass a moratorium, but they did pass livery vessel regulations, and their intent was to allow the parking to sort of work like a moratorium, meaning if they didn't have the parking, then the businesses couldn't operate there. So I don't know if I would say they're not on the same page. It sounded to me that they were.
They have a pretty good lawyer over there,
They're just
too.
not as stringent about it as we are. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
they got a good lawyer in Fort Walton.
They got a good lawyer.
So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by support, really. They did just pass
Okay.
similar livery vessel regulations to the city and the county.
So then that means
Just not a
ultimately,
moratorium.
all-inclusive, we should see a reduction. Because one thing Councilman Bagby just said was, we're only going to hurt the Destin people. The Fort Walton people are just going to keep adding, and they're going to keep going over there. But chances are, there's a limit to what Fort Walton Beach is going to add as well. So it will have an impact. If we reduce it, will have an ultimate impact.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I
They
need to
just didn't
understand.
use a moratorium. They have parking requirements that have to be met. And land is not unlimited in Destin or Fort Walton Beach for parking.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure this wasn't an act of fruition, that there was actual results. Thank you.
So this is kind of a pointed, detailed question. I don't expect anyone to have off the top of their head. The Army Corps, what did they, I know they gave us we're blowing out of the seams here. Did they give us here's the number that would be good and that's why you're here, or we're just over? We're just heavy and we don't know the number, but it's definitely too much. God, I love the federal government.
They said they'd come back for additional money and reevaluate.
God, I love the federal government. All right, well, I thought that was going to be an easy, well, let's not throw a number out of the air. Let's see what the professionals say.
So, just for the record, because we had that conversation, but we're not throwing a number out in the air. I have to put that on the record because it is important to have a justification for our number, right? So that it's held up. Our number is based on the number of businesses that were here at the time of the moratorium. We probably would have had a lower number, preferably, because the Army Corps did determine we're over capacity. But since at that time, council didn't want to put existing businesses out, they put the moratorium in place, and if you were an existing business, you were allowed to continue. That's where our number that we have today comes from, essentially.
And for legal points, that makes a lot of sense. I was in high school. I appreciate the infinite wisdom of those before me, and I retract my statement. All right, with that, do we have? No motion, all clarification, double thumbs up. We did our job. All right, Mr. Jones.
Moving right along. to item
4A
B.
completed.
Next item is regarding the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office Service Agreement for FY & You have a copy of that proposed agreement in your packet. In essence, it is a request for a 7.88% increase over last year's funding for the same level of service. Captain Fulton and I have had more than one discussion about whether that is the hard, fast number. And as of Friday, he confirmed that that was their position, that to reduce the funding level would reduce the level of service, potentially to get to the current year's number by 2 deputies. And Captain Fulton's here if you have any questions from him. But that's the item before you for your consideration.
All right, Councilwoman Trammell.
I was just going to make the motion so we can discuss. I move that the council approves the 2025 Law Enforcement Service Agreement to provide law enforcement services to the city of Destin by the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office from October 1, 2025 to September 30, 2026.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Anything else, Councilwoman Trammell? Okay, Councilman Guile.
The 7.88% increase, how much of that is COLA?
6%.
6% for a cost of living increase. Okay. Just so I know, what was our general standard in the city of Destin? What was our cost of living increase for our city employees?
Just under 2%.
So under 2%. So they want
Just under 3%.
just under
Yeah,
3%.
Right, almost right at 3%.
Okay. So they want double the cost of living that we're paying our local staff, basically.
Yes, sir.
All right. And by not doing this, you say we don't get 2 additional sheriff's officers?
If we maintain level funding at the current year's rate, conversation I've had with Captain Fulgham would result in a reduction of 2 deputies.
All right. And right now, the budget is 67 million, is that correct for them?
For the county total sheriff's office budget,
Yes.
you have the figures that we gathered today, I believe
Yes,
that's correct.
67 is what they're saying. And, hold on, let me make sure I understand this. So, out of our millage, just from Destin, 33.5 go to the safety division over there, right? So they get a portion of that. And then the Destin TDC, they get there's another 20 million that goes to that. Do we know how much exactly of that that roughly 50 million goes directly to the sheriff's department from those 2 funding bases?
I will defer to Captain Fulgham, he could probably better answer that than I can.
We get approximately $900,000 from the TDD.
You get
I
900?
do not know how much money we get from the tax base out here in Destin. The TDD funds 2 Marine units and 2 beach units, and then they pay for all the additional overtime for spring break, and they pay for the additional deputies that it takes to work overtime to manage the traffic that's coming into Destin on the Mid-Bay Bridge during the 100 days of summer. And I would also like to point out.
Well, that's not Destin, though, that's Niceville, right?
Yeah, it's Niceville. I mean, it's.
Yeah, because all you're doing
Blue Water
is
Bay.
blocking that Lake Drive.
But it's because of the amount of traffic that's coming into Destin that we have to do it.
Yeah, but you're only doing it to protect the residents on Lake Drive, because otherwise people could.
We're doing it because of the road rage situations that we were having down there, along with the fact that the fire department on White Point Road was being blocked in, couldn't respond to calls for service. because of the traffic where people were trying to go down White Point Road. But yeah, it's a traffic control situation over there.
That wouldn't be a county responsibilation?
Yes. Yeah, yeah, and that's where the funding is going for that. And I actually, I said 900,000. I apologize. That's what I asked for. That's not what I got. I got about 800,000 out of that. I would also like to point out that you're talking about a 6% COLA increase where y'all are only getting a 3% COLA increase. I'd like to point out that y'all are having a problem keeping code enforcement officers, and each of y'all have talked about the fact that y'all need to pay your code enforcement officers more to keep them. When you graduate from the Law Enforcement Academy, you have got the exact same credentials to go to work for Walton County Sheriff's Office, to go to work for Niceville Police Department, to go to work for Fort Walton Beach Police Department, that you have to go to Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. We have to have a 6% COLA increase in order to stay competitive with the market. Otherwise, we're going to start hemorrhaging deputies to Walton County.
Okay. So I have a crazy question because, I mean, right now, from what I understand, Crestview has their own police department, Niceville has their own police department, Shalimar, Valparaiso, Fort Walton Beach. Mary Esther doesn't, we don't, and some of the unincorporated areas don't, correct?
That's correct.
So who would you say is the major contributor, financial contributor to your guys' bottom line then? Because if they already have their own police departments, I can't imagine they're paying as much as we are.
Yeah, the ad valorem tax is based on, the ad valorem tax is where the sheriff's office gets its money from, and that's based on the property taxes. So if you've got a $100,000 home in Niceville, in the county area of Niceville or in the Niceville city limits, you pay the same amount of taxes you pay for a $100,000 home in Destin. So, it's not, you can't look at it like, okay, so the major contributor to the budget for the sheriff's office comes from whoever has the highest property taxes.
But are they also paying the additional $3 million plus 7%?
No, they pay a lot more for their police department than what y'all pay for.
No, I'm
law
saying to
enforcement.
you. I'm not worried about their police department. I'm
I
talking
understand,
the
but
sheriff's
y'all are contracting with y'all are contracting with us to be your police department.
Yeah, and maybe that's something we need to look at.
So
is
if
us contracting our own police department.
and you can, and if you would y'all pull up the would y'all put up the slide presentation that I have for y'all, please?
Captain Fulgham.
Wow.
Captain Fulgham. Captain
Where?
Fulgham, over here, behind you,
I'm sorry.
on your six.
Yeah.
While they're pulling that up, did I remember that Valpy or Niceville was paying like $5 or $6 million to the sheriff's department?
I don't have the Valpy. You're talking about what they're paying for the sheriff's office, or what they're paying for their police department?
Well, they're paying the sheriff's department. It seemed like we were paying at one time, well, last time I looked at it, we were paying close to $2 million, but it seemed like they were paying 3 times that.
Yeah, again, like I said, I don't have the tax base information broken down to say, okay, this much money's coming from this area, this much money's coming from that area. Y'all heard me say on numerous occasions, we don't charge y'all any more than what it costs to put a deputy out here. So what we're talking about when you're talking about reducing the percentage, you're talking about reducing positions.
Well, I'm not even talking about that right now because what I want is somebody that when we're paying them to do a job, they do the job we ask them to do and not the one they feel that they want to do.
Absolutely.
Right? So if it benefits us to hire our own police department so that they can do code enforcement and other things.
If you could move the presentation forward to the point where it talks about the comparison between it'll be the top of the slide will be the budget. Go back a few slides, please. Right there. Budget proposal will be the top thing. Right there. I'm sorry. So that's what y'all currently are getting. If you'll go to the next slide, please. So as you'll note, what I said just a moment ago, that's not including, these are things that the TDD pays for and services that come out here that aren't in y'all's contract. What I'm pointing out here is the fact that while y'all only have 14,000 residents, as y'all know, the numbers that y'all serve during any given day or any given holiday weekend is, 65+ thousand people could be out here at any given time. If you'll go forward, please. And go forward one more, please. Okay. So based on the 2026 budget proposal of $3,305,558, y'all will be paying approximately $92.66 a call for service. So if you'll go forward, please. If you look in comparison to Niceville, they have 16,000 residents, they have 29,000 calls for service, and they have 32 full-time officers. Their budget is $4.5 million. So they're paying $152 per call for service.
Okay, that 4.5, that's for their local police department is what you're saying? not for
4.5
what-
million is what
okay.
they pay for their local police department now. Mr. Bagby, if you've mentioned this before, y'all looked, I believe it was back in 2010? I think the latest, I think the last time
210 was
y'all,
probably the last one.
and it was going to cost y'all $11 million just to set up the infrastructure for your own police department in 2010 without hiring anybody.
I get there's going to be an initial upfront cost that's going to be outrageous, but then you also have the ability to dictate what you want them to do and what you want them to enforce.
To a degree.
Yeah, with
To a degree.
y'all, we don't have that ability.
I think we work pretty well with y'all, but that's a matter of opinion.
I'm not saying that there's certain aspects where you don't work really well with us. I just think there's other aspects where we're lacking. And you and I have had this discussion in the past, and I hope this isn't like out of the clear blue by any means, but there's just certain portions of this where, and I understand your perspective. You don't want to get involved in code enforcement because if you do it for us, then you have to do it for other people. But
My main concern with getting involved in code enforcement is what I told y'all earlier. I don't want to stand on the beach and explain to a lady why her 16-year-old son got beat up. And she asked me, where were you when my child got beat up down here on the beach? And I don't want to tell her that I was 200 yards down the beach arresting someone for selling ice cream to a 4-year-old. That's why I don't want to get involved in code enforcement. I don't want to diminish the role of code enforcement. It's extremely, extremely important. But
chances are I won't be hitting the 16-year-old, I'd be hitting his dad. So it's, no, that's a bad joke, I'm sorry. But and I understand your point of view on that, but the problem is when we set that ordinance and we set that law or what you will, we need somebody that's going to enforce it to a point where somebody can be arrested. Our code enforcement can't do that, right?
yes, you can.
So, but when we're talking about an ice cream thing, tell me this. How many times do you think you're going to have to arrest somebody before you don't anymore? Right? It's going to be the initial burst of,
How many times I've arrested somebody for shoplifting in my career as a law enforcement officer over 31 years?
Yeah, but those
Thousands
are
and
different
thousands and
people.
thousands of times.
those are different groups. We're talking, we have what, 4 or 5 groups that we have to teach a lesson to?
And then what happens when it's the next 4 or 5 groups that comes in behind that group? You're continually, that's a lesson that you're going to continually teach.
Well, we can agree to disagree on certain portions of this, but I'm just curious, and I would like to know, I mean, I realize we're thinking $15 million initial cost, but then the maintenance fee to keep our own police department so that we can dictate.
4.5 million for the city of Niceville, if you'll go forward, please, on the slide. Panama City Beach, their budget is 17.2 million. Very similar demographics to what happens here in the summertime. If you, with 85 officers to do what we do with 21. If you'll go forward to the next slide, please. South Daytona Beach, very similar population to the city of Destin, very similar demographic to what's coming to the beach area. Theirs is also 4.5 million at $267 call with 24 officers. If you go forward to the next one, please. Atlantic Beach, again, another tourist destination, very similar population, full-time population to the city of Destin. They have to do it with 29 officers, and their budget is $8 million. So that, I mean, that'll give you a general idea. I think there may be another one
So what's the price, then let's talk about it this way. What's the price where you'll do what we actually ask you to do then? So since they're 4.5 million, what's the price where we can say, okay, we want you to enforce this, and instead of $92 a call, you want it to be $150? Because just like anything in life, there's a price that makes anything worthwhile, right? There's a price where I'll pay somebody to mow my lawn because it doesn't make sense for me to do it. Or there's a price where I'll do something else.
Why
What's
would
that
y'all,
price for you?
why would y'all pay us $157,000 a deputy a year to do something that you can pay code enforcement to do?
Well, we don't have code enforcement right now, one, but
You can't keep them because you're not paying a 6% COLA.
I don't think it's the 6% COLA. I think it's the initial salary that we're starting.
I'm going by what y'all have voiced up here as far as the reason that y'all are saying y'all can't keep them is because y'all are saying you aren't paying them enough.
Right. I don't think that's COLA. I think that's the initial salary. That's that initial salary base.
Okay.
Cost of living, just an annual increase based off that initial salary increase. It's just supposed to keep everybody apples to apples. But,
It's supposed to keep you competitive with other areas is what
yeah,
it's
but
supposed
that
to do.
initial salary is what gets you there, right? That's what makes you competitive to begin with. If we get to the root cause, it's the initial salary. It's not the annual increases.
Again, we'll have to agree to disagree because I'm
Okay.
telling you right now, if somebody is paying you, if you will have people that stick around out of loyalty, no doubt. You'll have people that stick around because they were born in the city of Destin and this is where they want to work. But for the most part, if you've got someone that's got equal training and equal footing, and the next county over is offering them $1 an hour more, that's where they're going to go.
Well, then you just agreed with me because we just talked about initial salary, not cost of living increase. That $1 an hour more isn't a cost of living increase.
But next year,
That's
you're
the-
going to have, next year, so what you're going to face is the same thing that we face, is we go back and forth with Walton County, and Mr. Jones can speak to this because he was over here at the time. Walton County will raise their cost of living to their deputies, and we'll have deputies that leave here, and they end up going over there. And then the following year, we do the same thing, and we bring deputies back. But you face a year deficit trying to match that salary because all these guys have got the same training, and it's the exact same job.
And I got that. And I realize what you're trying to say about the Code Enforcement Act, but there was a portion in the contract that said you guys will enforce what the city council basically deems.
The portion of that contract didn't say that we would enforce what the city council deems.
What does it
If you look at the heading of that contract, that empowers us to do what the city council is asking us to do, not demanding that we do it. It doesn't require us to do it. And like I gave in the example when I was talking to y'all in the individual meetings that I had, you do not want to take away the ability for a law enforcement officer to enforce your code. When I was a beach sergeant many years ago, during spring break, I had a gentleman that was walking down the sidewalk and he was carrying an open bottle of alcohol. I could not make contact with him and require him to identify himself to me and tell me any other information about him just based on state law. But because the city of Destin had a ordinance saying that you're not allowed to have an open container alcohol outside the festive marketplace, that gave me the ability to make contact with him, require him to show me an ID, or at least require him to tell me how what his name, date of birth, address, that sort of thing was. And because of that, I was able to place him under arrest and take cocaine off of him that took cocaine out of our community during spring break. So that's the reason that that's in there. That's not in there. If you look at the heading over that section, that it's not in there to require.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm looking at right of control, Article 5. You're talking about Article 6, authority to act. Mine is the sheriff shall have and maintain the responsibility for providing the level of service determined by the city council, right? So that's determined by us.
That's a level of service that y'all are satisfied with, not a level of service that y'all are telling us that y'all want us to do. If you're not satisfied with our service, then absolutely. If you think you can get better service for less money or anything else, I encourage you to go out and explore the possibility of getting your own police department. I've shown you up here on the slide, and I can tell you, you're not going to get a more professional law enforcement agency than what you've got for less money.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we need to do less money. I'm saying if we can get what we want, maybe we pay a little bit more, right? And
that-
I'm just one of 7. Don't
Yeah,
get me
and
wrong.
no, and that's certainly something that, that's certainly something that you may wish for the staff to explore.
That's
I-
something I would like us to look into.
I can tell you that I can tell you it's not going to happen as far as the level of service that you're going to get.
Well, maybe, maybe not, but, I mean, I might be eating my words once it all goes into effect. It's just, I'm irritated with people, me sitting on the beach telling somebody we just made something a misdemeanor and they need to pull their damn flags down and move their shit, and then watching a sheriff's patrol go right by me on a four-wheeler, not doing anything but hauling ass on the beach on a four-wheeler and letting that stuff slide by, when if you're not doing anything else, at least handle that, right? So,
Those deputies had no idea that it was a code enforcement violation because they're not paid for by the city of Destin, so they don't know what city of Destin
who's
code
paying?
is.
oh, TDC?
TDD or the county was paying for them. They're not trained in Destin code because they don't work under the Destin contract.
With that, almost
I'll move
8% COLA, if we don't do anything, we lose 2 deputies.
Well, that's what Mr. Jones asked me what it would take to get down to last year's price. And that's 2 deputies. That's not saying that that's what the sheriff's going to agree to. There's a level of service, there's another layer to this that we have to consider, and that's that if it's taken us longer to respond to a call for service, and the person calls up to the city and says, hey, it took the sheriff's office 20 minutes to get here, the city's going to say, talk to the sheriff's office about that. There's a level of service that the sheriff's going to want to maintain that he may not be willing to give up that level of service out here. He
So
may.
even if we match the state, or the staff of 3%, that's half, so that would only eliminate 1.
Yeah, because to his point, I do think having a badge of that level on our beaches, because the 2 Marines, the 2 beach units are shared between Destin and Okaloosa Island with a pass in between. So it's really one side or the other, never 5
Three.
minutes away.
Yeah, 3 beach units that
Three beach.
that share
Okay.
that share those 2 beaches, correct.
3.
Yeah, we have 3 beach units. 2 are paid by the TDD. One of them's paid out of the normal sheriff's office budget.
Gotcha. But there's only one out there at a given time, and they rotate?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
we work off of what's called a Panama schedule.
Mhm.
So you have an Alpha Bravo, or Alpha Charlie and a Bravo Delta shift. And on one of those shifts, we only have 1 deputy trying to cover both beaches. That was why I came to y'all back earlier in the year and said that we actually need to add an additional person to the contract.
Yeah, which I agree, because there needs to be one on each side of the pass.
Correct.
There's no way in
Correct.
hell one can trailer and go over to the other.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, Councilman Bagby, do you need to go? Yeah, oh yeah, everyone's on there. Councilman Bagby.
Just real quick, maybe we need to, and I will tell you, I voted against the Destin City Police Force the 2 or 3 times that it came up that I've said on this council. But the main argument was we control them, and we used to have a couple of policemen and they would bring the kids home to their parents, or they would, it was old-time, small southern police department. But I think it's probably time, because we're getting into an unsustainable area where, what I'd like to see is the greater of either the CPI, which is a federal number, comes out every year. That's what we based our raises on, or the amount of growth in our property value. So our property value grew 5% this year, and our CPI was 2.8 or whatever the heck it was. We're not going to be able to sustain 7% because you're just going to take a bigger chunk of the budget every year. And so at some point, we either have to cut back a deputy or 2. If we did the 5% this year, which is the greater of those 2 numbers, it'd be $3,216,879.75, which I guess means we would only lose 1 deputy, because that's about halfway in between. And quite honestly, I would be willing to lose 1 deputy. Just we have to contain costs. And there are a million things we want to do for ball fields or for tunnels under, and for bridges and all that, not everything that we're going to fund on our own.
Let's not
But we have to be safe. And, part of your argument, I agree with Councilman Guile on this. Shoplifters, there's 20,000 people in this, different people every week. They're not going to learn, the Memphis people aren't going to learn that we crack down on shoplifting, but they will learn if they live here and they're running a business here, they will learn as opposed to the shoplifters that come in and go to the outlet mall or go to the Commons or shop down at the harbor. So there are differences. I don't know what the solution is, but I'm not sure I'm going to vote for this, for the motion, just because I don't see a path forward for a sustainable path forward for us.
Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. These are always, this contract is always interesting. Every year we talk about it. I'm sure you know my thoughts and feelings towards some of it. I think the hardest part always is just the differentiation and segregating who is causing all the problems all the time around here. I think that's where all the argument, I believe, comes from, so many of us up here. And I get that when I drive through Andalusia, I'm a tourist, but Andalusia City Police is still having to pull me over. You know what I mean? I'm not a taxpayer in that town. So I get that you can't always attribute the cost of your services only to the people that live there. But I feel like you got us by the cojones a little bit, right? It's like, this is it, give it or take. If you don't agree with this, we're moving on. It's kind of how I feel like. But I hope our partnership has been so long. I mean, I would rather try to, if the 6% COLA is something we have to do, what's the other percentage that we can still come down on a little bit because,
That all the other percentages are insurance increases, the cost of healthcare insurance increases.
Right.
It's not something that the sheriff's office has a control over.
Right. And because we have had many years up here, that every year we talk about your contract again, but there's not a legislative sponsor or anybody else that says to the city manager to go forth and start looking into this. I feel like we can't start on the 11th hour right now. I wouldn't be opposed to doing some of these things they're talking about. I think I've said that before. But, I support law enforcement. I support y'all keeping us safe because one of the most common complaints I get is the safety in the streets of Destin and the speeders on Airport Road and all of these things. So we need you. It's that simple. But I will also support the pursuit of a possible another option. But for now, I want to keep the sheriff's office to continue supporting the city of Destin.
Certainly.
Councilwoman Hebert.
Thanks, Mayor. Kind of feel like Kevin pretty much said how I feel. I mean, we need you. We need your team. It's hard to stomach the increase of what we've got to pay you to keep you. But like you said, that's the problem with most places, especially where our code department is. We don't have the money to pay a whole bunch of money to code people. They get here, they get trained, and then another city steals them because they're going to get more money from somewhere else. I'm happy with what y'all have been doing. I just wish there was a way we could make it less expensive, more easier for us as a city.
And I wish I could make it less expensive for y'all too without cutting services.
I know.
I do. I wish it didn't cost what it costs, but that it's what it costs.
It is what it is.
One of the things that Mr. Bagby just mentioned is that y'all are buying parks and improving in other places. And I want y'all to think about the fact that what the primary responsibility of government is to protect the citizens and to offer infrastructure for the citizens. So, and again, like I said, I'm not trying to say that some of these other things aren't important. I enjoy going to parks too. I enjoy the recreational life that we have in this area, but at what cost?
Right.
The primary responsibility of government is to protect the citizens. And we're the arm that y'all choose to utilize to protect it. If y'all aren't satisfied with the with the level of service that we're providing, or you're not satisfied with the money that it's costing to get it, then, like I said, yeah, y'all can go out and look at your own police department. I can assure y'all that, and obviously it's my opinion that that y'all may not share with me, but I can assure y'all are not going to be as satisfied with it. I started out in the police department. I started out working for Niceville PD, and part of the reason I'm at the sheriff's office is because they could pay me more for my services. But we've had that conversation. If everything is equal, why, if the starting salary at the sheriff's office is just, and I'm just spitballing this because I don't know it off the top of my head, but if the starting salary at the sheriff's office is $50,000 a year, and the starting salary at a police department inside Okaloosa County is $30,000 a year, why would you go to work for a police department at $30,000 a year when you have the opportunity to go to work for the sheriff's office doing the same job at $50,000 a year? And the only explanation of that is either it's your hometown, you love it, and that's the place that you don't want to leave. You've got some kind of connection there that's bringing loyalty to you, or because the sheriff's office won't hire you for whatever reason. So, y'all will get less quality service, I assure you.
Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with that statement you just made, this quality of service. I don't think I've ever had a complaint about the sheriff's department and the level of service that we get in Destin myself. You'd mentioned that our code officers could make an arrest. Is that
correct?
Training, or what would it
No,
take?
I'm waiting. Unfortunately, I didn't hear back from the state attorney's office in time, but there's a method where the city can direct file with the state attorney's office. The code enforcement officers can fill out an affidavit of complaint and direct file with the state attorney's office, at which time the state attorney's office will issue you a warrant for the person's arrest if they believe that the crime was broken, was violated. And at that point in time, the sheriff's office would serve that warrant.
That may be a great thing that we need to be looking at.
And again, I reached out to the state attorney's office to get the whole information on that for y'all tonight. Unfortunately, they haven't contacted me back yet.
Another thing that came to mind is what you said of the slides of 14,000 people and the number of calls in this community in Destin is crazy. I mean, it's a high number. And the majority, if I had to guess, were probably tourists.
We don't break it down that way, right, because one, define a tourist. Y'all know I live in Niceville. I come to Destin to go out to eat. I come to Destin to go to the beach. Am I a tourist?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. And
That's a joke.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, that very well could be, but how far out do you go before you consider somebody not to be a tourist? Right. But that's the kind of thing that keeps us from being able to track it and say, yes, X number of percent of crime comes from tourists.
Right.
You
You've got one there that the 13,000 residents, number of calls was 22,000. Can we go back to Destin's? Or it's 14,100 something, and then there it is.
Yeah.
So we got 35,000 calls.
Right.
So if I had to guess, the majority of those is from tourists. When you have the 60, 70, 80,000 people.
There's definitely a significant number of them from tourists, no doubt.
So to me, it just aggravates me that, when we talk about a BTR, that no local is going to stay at a short-term rental. If they do, it's going to be very, very few, probably a handful. Those are tourists. They need to be paying you guys for the service. And, we've jumped from $300 to $500. Everybody was just, oh my God, that's crazy, Well, that's the tourists. Let them pay for it. I had one other item I can't remember now that was we Well, our parking, our paid parking, you know? I was just in Dallas a couple weeks ago, and it was $65 to park for the day. And I was valet. I could have parked across the street for like $45 a day in a public parking area. 99% of that in our parking areas, or maybe 100% is tourist, because our locals can park there for free. But yeah, we want to, you know, you say raise it from $15 a day to 20, people go to raising hell. Oh no, we can't do that, that's crazy, that's a lot of money. But then when we're sitting there talking to you about trying to find where we're going to pay you, you know, another $200,000 a year, whatever the number is, well, maybe we start charging tourists to park. You know, they're coming here causing trouble. I ain't worried about it. You know, myself, I think the parking in the parking lots ought to be at least $50 a day, not $15. I mean, I traveled all over the world. I ain't never paid $15 to park nowhere. It's a whole lot more than that. Even in hotels and motels that I'm paying over $1,000 a night to stay in, is charging me $50, $60 a night for parking on top of that. So anyway, maybe we need to rethink when we start charging or working these numbers for our short-term rentals and parking and anything else the tourists, you know, contribute to. I wish that the state would allow us to put a tax on anything that have to go to the beach. Man, if we just made a nickel off every boogie board and little dip net, you know, I don't think we'd have to, we'd get rid of all the taxes together except for that one, and beach chairs. But, and I don't know, Mr. Bagman may be right that, you know, I noticed the one slide, they had, it was over 25 officers. One did, and it was $4.3 million. And we're $1 million away from that. And we're only getting, how many
21.
officers?
21.
officers.
But what y'all got to look at that you get that you don't pay for is if you'll go several slides further in. So go back one slide, sorry. So you get me that you don't pay for.
Invaluable.
Well, you didn't tell us that. I mean,
You get me that y'all don't pay for. You get 2 lieutenants on the road that y'all don't pay for. You get 4 sergeants on the road that y'all don't pay for. You get 4 corporals on the road that y'all don't pay for. You get a beach lieutenant, beach marine lieutenant that y'all don't pay for. You get a beach marine sergeant that y'all don't pay for. And granted, all these people supervise people who are not in the city of Destin as well. But about 68% of the calls for service in this district comes out of the city of Destin. So you look at, you take that, you know, you got $1,900,000 roughly in salary for those positions I just listed. You take 68% of that, you're talking about $1,325,000, you know, dollars.
Is that zone, Okaloosa Island, Destin?
That's all, my district,
South?
the district that I am over is called District 3. It's also called the East District. It starts at Duke Field. It goes 9 miles out in the Gulf because of the Beach Marine Unit, and it goes from the Brooks Bridge to the Walton County line. So if you'll go to the next slide, please.
So you're kind of chief heavy there.
If you see the, if you see what y'all do pay is a support allocation for support services at $287,000. Okay, that hasn't been increased since 2019. That's where the sheriff's office. That's where we try to work with y'all by keeping that money down. But so you know that leaves the the $944,000. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. If you look at that, so just for just in that deficit that you have to cover, you're getting things that y'all aren't paying for, like communications deputy officers. It takes about 16 communications officers to serve the city that y'all aren't paying for. You get records clerks. You get facility maintenance people. You get mechanics, crime scene people, crime analysis and true crime center. You get the legal staff. Which, I mean, y'all already have a city legal staff, but you've got the sheriff's office legal staff as well. You got the sheriff's office finance. So those are all things that if y'all do decide that you want to start your own agency, those are all things that y'all aren't paying for right now, which is why we're able to keep the fees that we're charging, in the budget down to the place that we are able to keep it down to for the 21,000.
Well, help me understand, if we're not paying for it, who is? Because somebody's got to pay for it.
Y'all are paying a portion of it out of your county taxes,
Okay.
but then everybody else in the county is also paying for it.
So we are paying for a
Yeah,
portion of it.
just like I'm paying, I live in the city limits of Niceville. I pay for the Niceville Police Department and I pay for the sheriff's office. So y'all are definitely paying a portion of it, yes.
Okay.
Councilman Bagby?
That was the point I was going to make, is we're paying a large portion of that because our ad valorem is, with respect to the rest of the county, a large portion of that. So we're paying for all those things, but we're paying for it through our county taxes. The code thing, I think we may have worked out, because now when we send them to training, because we were just sending them training now, we will say, okay, that's going to cost you a year. If you don't stay for a year, then you're going to owe us the amount that we spent, that the city spent directly on your training. There might be a signing bonus with the sheriff's department or the Walton County Code folks, but we'll see.
It's been my experience that, and Kim can speak to this, but it's been my experience that those things are pretty much unenforceable.
Destin Fire
We'll see.
Department does it.
Yeah, we'll see. And then the last point I wanted to make, and I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted to make sure. The ticket revenue because 34,000 calls or whatever it is, that's a lot of calls. They're not all tickets, some of them are accidents or whatever, and there's no money. But still, there's a fair amount of tickets that are issued. That revenue goes to the county, right? Not to the city.
Some of it goes to the city when it's written in the city limits. Some of it goes to the county. Some of it goes to the court system. And the sheriff's office gets, I think it's about a percentage point, maybe 1.5%, that has to be spent on training.
Okay. So, Crystal, how much have we gotten from the county, from the court system in the county that collects on these tickets?
Yeah, I don't have the exact figures at hand right now, but I can tell you it's definitely less than 50,000 a year across all of the different types of things, from
It's not
enforcing
much.
city ordinance to parking citations. It's pretty
Because
low.
I believe the lion's share goes to the county to pay for the court. The courts are county, and y'all are county, so I get that.
It's been a long time since I looked at the breakdown of it, but the sheriff's office is not getting it.
Okay.
Councilman Braden, do you have anything else?
I just want to say thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, just a couple of things. I want to say that in my year that I've been here now, Captain Fulton has always been available, whether it's a Saturday night or a Sunday morning, so we appreciate that. From the city manager's standpoint, it's nice to have them there on our side. But a couple of things. Would you agree that the representation I made to council was the conversation you and I had over the last several weeks, if not months?
Yes, sir.
So you made one comment tonight that I just want to make sure I heard correctly, that there's another level that perhaps could review where we are, that may have some say in how this thing plays out. Did I understand that correctly?
By another level, are you talking about my sheriff, or are you talking about?
I think that's
Yeah.
what you were alluding to.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll bring back whatever y'all propose to my executive command staff, which is my major and chief deputy and the undersheriff and the sheriff. And ultimately, the sheriff will be the one that makes the decision on, whether we're willing to give up anything, or, whether we're willing to say, okay, yeah, y'all want to bring it down by two positions, we're willing to do that, or whether he's willing to say, no, we're not interested in contracting with the city anymore, and y'all have got X number of days to find your own law enforcement. I say that only because it's a possibility. I honestly don't think that's going to that's going to happen from our end. From what I'm hearing tonight, it may happen from y'all's end, but it's not going to happen from our end.
And thank you for that clarity. So I just wanted to say to council, if there's a message we want Captain to take back to the sheriff or his command staff, then let's make some clarity.
Michael's going to shut it down.
The server's on fire. Just kidding.
No, it's not.
Well, I want you to know that I'm not bringing this up because I don't appreciate you and I don't think you're doing a good job, but it's just hard for me to justify only approving a 3% cost of living increase there and then coming out and saying, okay, but we're going to give a contractor a 6%, right? It's just hard for me to look at these people that work so hard every day, day in, day out, and say, yes, no, but yes. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah, so
I understand completely. I'm telling you, what y'all are paying your staff is what y'all have to pay your staff to stay competitive with other cities. What we're paying our staff is what we have to pay our staff to stay competitive with other law enforcement agencies. You're comparing apples and oranges when you're comparing, well, this is what we pay for this and this is what we pay for that. You know, if we don't pay our deputies a competitive rate, then I'm not going to have a deputy to put on your contract.
And that might be the answer.
Yeah. Is the TDC maxed out per the state statute?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know it wasn't too much.
Yeah, it's 10% and they are maxed out. That was why I didn't get what I asked for.
Gotcha. With that, possibly a sidebar, but I can't ask you any other place. Is that anything that, I know Senator Gates has carved that out in the past. Is that anything we could even look at potentially? Is there any breath there, or is that just a non-starter? The carves out's there and it's, you know, decades old, but.
That carve out is so, I'm sorry, that carve out is so specific to this area of the state.
Yeah, that's a
which
gift.
Can have no more, you know, no more than this population. You have to have this, and so.
Yeah, I'd hate
I
to
don't
ruin a
think
good
there's
thing.
any- Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
You already had.
Oh, okay, got a motion for
Second.
the recommended, yep, both of you. All right, with that, we'll call the vote. I think this is the definition of a rock and a hard place. All right, ayes have it, 5-1. Thank you for your service. And the tongue lashing. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know we got, okay, yeah. You need all right, so, yeah, I know, we got a couple people. I'm feeling really bad that they're still here. With that, I know our record keeper needs to take a 3-minute bathroom break, so I'm going to adjourn. Okay. All righty, everyone, we're going to call this city council meeting back to order. And I have a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion to move item H, 4H to the next, followed by the public hearing 5A?
I'll second that.
Okay. I got a motion, and I have a second.
There might be possible continuances later on when we get to it.
For sure. Anything else that needs to be considered? Seeing none. All right, I'll call the motion to move 4H to be our next item and 5A to be our second following item before continuing on the agenda. All right, we got a motion and a second. We're going to call the vote.
Tori's not here. Where'd Tori go?
We're voting.
Oh, we thought you were on the John.
We're voting.
So,
We moved the Destin.
yeah.
No, we're moving it out?
Yes, so vote yes and let's go.
Oh, my God. Yes.
There we go. All right, with that, next up, Mr. Jones, 4H.
4H is regarding the Destin Youth Council. As you know, there are some parameters around how that operates. And so before you tonight, you have 11 potential appointees, 6 of which are non-city residents and 5 are city residents. Your policy allows up to 13 on that committee, so we don't have 13 applicants, we have 11. Beyond that, you can only have 5 non-resident members of the youth council, and you have 6 nominees, applicants, that are non-residents, and 5 who are residents. So there are 2 or 3 things you can do tonight. And let me back up. Also, part of the policy says that in order to have a quorum at a meeting, you have to have a majority of the students being city residents. So if you have a committee of the 5 non-residents, which is the most you can have on the committee, and the 5 residents that you have that have applied, then you have the potential of not having a quorum at any meeting if all 10 show up. So 2 or 3 things can happen. We can lower the number of non-residents to 3 or 4 and appoint 3 or 4 of those 6 applicants as non-residents and the 5 residents, so that a majority of the committee would be made up of city resident students, or do away with the requirement that a majority of city residents were needed to establish a quorum, which we would probably not recommend, and or reach out to perhaps Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, and some of the other collegiate high schools that have city residents attending to make sure that there are any representatives that live in the city of Destin attending those schools that would like to serve on youth council would give that opportunity. So a few options there to move it forward.
All right, with that, I have Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, can you remind me how many we currently, what's the max number?
13 is the maximum number.
14, sir.
14, I'm
Great.
sorry, 14.
And we have 11 applicants in front of us, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So I feel like we've done this before, and for some reason, we make it very hard to do this youth council stuff. So me personally, I'm going to make a motion to appoint all 11 of these members and to direct staff to prepare an amendment to the council bylaws, removing the residency-based quorum requirement.
I'll second that.
All right, I have
I'm
a
sure,
motion and a second.
And my reason for that is mainly we've continued to hear issues throughout the year of filling these positions. And anytime we have
youth members that want to volunteer their time. I just feel like we shouldn't hinder their opportunity. I just don't, unless I'm unaware of possible red flags of them changing the LDC or charter or anything like that. I just feel like we should open the door to allow this participation. And I'm happy to hear other ideas, but I'm just trying to kick this off.
All right, I got Bagby, then Abear.
Yeah, I will probably make a substitute. We need to grow the pie. So Larry's last thing, we don't need more non-city resident kids. I would agree. As many kids as we can get. The problem we had last year is the presentation was only made to Destin High School. The problem we had the challenge this year's email was sent out to the Fort Walton Beach, Niceville, Rocky Bayou, Collegiate. You could probably even send it to South Walton. I think we have 1 or 2 kids that are over there that are playing baseball or whatever the heck they're playing, and get those kids who live in the city proper on the committee. We have not reached out in the last 2 years sufficiently to get the kids that we need who are residents of this city. And so my substitute motion is to approve the resident applicants and the 2 non-resident applicants that are here tonight, and at the next meeting have the staff bring us back the applicants where we may be able to grow and appoint all these other non-residents. Yeah.
Mr. Bagby, I believe David Coles,
What?
he is a resident.
He's a resident.
He's one of the 5 residents.
I'm sorry. Okay,
So the 2 non-residents doesn't apply.
and non-resident. Estelle is the non-resident, yeah.
We
So-
also have an annexation plan coming.
Yeah, no, and I get it, but the problem is we don't have it now. And, the message we're sending to the hundreds of school kids that live in this city as residents is, we're going to take priority over non-residents. That kind of just doesn't sit right. I don't care how many non-residents. I think I made the motion last year to increase it, but we can't have more non-residents than we have resident kids. That kind of defeats the purpose.
All right,
And
Councilwoman
I know-
Abear.
So, Mr. Bagby,
Substitute motion, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Mr. Bagby, just to clarify, you say 5 and 2?
For tonight, did we have 2 non-residents come? Or did we have?
We have 5 residents
Yeah.
and 6.
Appoint all of them.
And 6 non-residents.
Appoint the non-resident that's here, got up and spoke, Estelle.
Just the 2, or just the 1? One
Yeah.
is a resident, so
He's
only
resident.
1 spoke, which is a non-resident.
Yeah, and then redouble our efforts to get the rest of them to fill out. The rule's not bad. We don't need to be changing the rule. The rule's good, or the policy's good. The problem is we've got to do our outreach.
Okay, sir, the other problem is we have to have a minimum of 7.
No, I know. We'll have it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's our hope. I mean, we'll reach out tomorrow morning or tonight or whatever. I don't know if Tamara's already done it.
That's the substitute motion.
Yeah, that's substitute motion.
Yeah, we, as I said to you earlier, we did already send out some stuff a couple of months ago, and as of tonight, we've sent out 18 more emails to different
Okay.
teachers and principals.
Okay, yeah, because 2 months ago, they weren't in school.
And the second for the substitute was Councilwoman Trammell. With that, you're up.
I was just going to say that I've done some outreach myself to some of the other schools, so I'm looking for applications to come in as well.
Councilman Gao.
I'm seeing both sides of this. I'd like to give it the 2 weeks that Councilman Bagby saying, and if not, then maybe we revisit this whole program. But I do agree that we need to get more residents, and the annexation might be pending or imminent, but it still hasn't happened. I mean, Destin High School, that's one of the things we talked about the ball field. They said they'd absolutely consider, and then once they got the ball field, they just stopped talking about it, right? So I'm sick of people trying to take advantage of the city of Destin. Everybody wants to claim our name, that they're in Destin, that they're part of us, but they don't want to annex in and be a part of us and deal with what we deal with, pay what we have to pay. So I would like to see if we could give the 2 weeks, see if we could get the couple other local kids, and if not, revisit it and just fill the slots.
All right, Councilman Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Can somebody refresh my memory of what this group of young adults do?
Who wants to take it? Yeah,
In a
you got the
nutshell.
ballot, yeah.
Sir, what it is, they represent the youth of Destin, and they have the opportunity to present it to the
Make
council.
recommendations.
They have a work plan that they work on, and that's given to the council for approval.
Yeah, same thing as every other committee, but I guess from a youth perspective. Yeah, and Councilwoman Aber?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Tori. I guess we can appoint, those 6 now, give it 2 weeks, and if we don't get any more input, then we need to get back on and appoint those that did put in their names for it and go from there.
Ray, what's the maximum? What fills out? 14?
Maximum is 14 and minimum is 7.
Okay, okay. And not to put you on the spot, to get to 7, I guess if we're doing this in 2 weeks, I can see where we're not really kicking the can too much. All right. All right, so with that, I have a substitute motion, and with nothing else, we will call the vote. Right now, yeah, we're approving the 5 residents and Estella Escoma.
They all go to Fort Walton Beach, that's the problem.
Yeah, but they're residents. Rodney?
There we go. I appreciate that. All right, so we got six approved, and we're gonna have a bunch of outreach, and we're gonna fill this in 2 weeks. All right, sounds like a plan. All right, up next is going to be 5A. Ms. Kopp.
This is ordinance number 2519CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration of the Code of Ordinances relating to city membership in the Florida Retirement System, providing for membership in the Florida Retirement System for the benefit of city employees, providing for conflicts, providing for incorporation to the Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
Seeing that this is first reading at this time, yes.
Part of this was to bring back the brief presentation that was made at the budget hearing, and Ms. Jamie has that available.
And congratulations, David. Yeah, I need to do public comments. All right, yeah, stay close. All right, seeing this is a public hearing at this time, if anyone wishes to speak about this topic, this is your time to do so. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm back, and I'm not a Destin Little League treasurer at this moment. I'm still Matthew Dolman, and I'm representing Benjamin F. Edwards and Company. I'm the Senior Vice President of Investments for them. Paget Luttrell is here with me. He's also on team, and Heather Weidenhammer, who was here earlier, is also with us. Together, our team, Jim Luttrell, Tommy Luttrell, and the people I just mentioned, we've been managing the City of Destin Thrift Savings Plan for over 35 years. So let me start by telling something that I said to you guys all, and I've said to staff numerous times. We manage close to $500 million in retirement plans, personal assets, foundations, businesses, and I can unequivocally say the City of Destin Thrift Plan, if I had to be a part of one, is the one that I would choose to be a part of all the money that we manage from a retirement standpoint. And the reason I say that is because according to the Department of Labor, 57% of businesses that have under 100 employees, like the city, only 57% offer a retirement plan. Of those, only the matching component of that is only 4 to 6%. Okay, that's the average. Some match to 0. For a refresher, and I'm sure Jamie might have this in there, the City of Destin puts in 7.5% automatically per employee, and then they match up to 5%. So the city's match plan is upwards of 12.5%, depending on the city's or the employee's participation. So just a little background, back in 1987, the city started looking for retirement plan options for employees. FRS was around. FRS was started in 1970. So this is 1987, 17 years after it. They explored FRS. They explored numerous other options. They explored the thrift savings plan. Ultimately, with my father-in-law, Jim Luttrell, who has to be in Birmingham tonight for another meeting, they decided on the thrift savings plan. You know, part of the reason that they did that is at that time, in the 80s, the Social Security Administration was under a ton of pressure, and they were facing insolvency. President Reagan, people may not remember, had just signed some sweeping reform to SSA that cut benefits and extended full-time retirement. So city leaders said, well, if there's an option for us to not participate in Social Security, that's a better deal for our employees. So that's the option that they chose. So, and I would argue that that had some pretty good hindsight, or foresight, I should say, because 48 years later, by the Social Security Administration's own numbers, not by my numbers, not by some analyst numbers, by the people running the Social Security Administration, they are telling us that since 2021, they've ran at a deficit, and in 2023, they will only be able to pay out 79 cents out of a dollar of benefit. So they're guaranteeing to pay out 21% less than what they owe. If I stood up here tonight and tried to propose that to you guys as an investment strategy, I would hope you would all boo me out of this arena, right? So another thing, Social Security, remember, is a use it or lose it program. Its benefits are paid out only to people who are eligible, when they're eligible, can change and has changed. The amount is only paid out in what's approved by the Social Security Administration and by Congress, which also can and will change. And it's only paid out for as long as you live, which none of us up here can control that, right? So, you know, one of the things we've heard tonight was talking about money and spending and budgets. The proposal to move to FRS is a $410,000 increase in payment per year, starting this year and continuing in perpetuity. One of the studies by Social Security has also said that the ways to make this thing not insolvent is going to be to increase the percentages. Right now, 6.2% goes in for employees, 6.2% goes in from employers, right, for Social Security, if you're a part of that system. Their proposals are going to be 9 and 9. So what you're approving potentially tonight, or kicking at 6.2%, may be next year, further down the road, 9.2. I don't know. No one knows. So I just think that, you know, for us to offer the employees an option to not have to put 6.2% of their pay into a failing program and give them an option to instead contribute their money into a plan on their behalf that's theirs from day one, it's professionally managed, okay? And every dollar saved on their behalf, either they will receive or their beneficiaries will receive. To me, this is a no-brainer idea. I mean, there's no reason to pass that and not stick with what we have. Real quick, and I know I've been here all night, but so have I, so I'd like to get my words in if that's okay.
Past the 3 minutes, but I'm respecting your time because of that.
I sent you all, a number of you back in July, a number of hypotheticals, contributions, returning, ending values, et cetera. I'm not going to go through that. I have with me tonight a number of, I had to go through 244 pages of the FRS annual report, but I was able to finally find their cost, their expenses, and their returns. So I have all that information. Now I can be happy to answer those questions and give those to you. I think you'll be very, very surprised that a plan that has $190 billion, their cost and their returns are almost identical to a plan that has $8 million. Okay, but I do want to talk real quick about some true numbers that are actuals. This is not hypothetical, and I have this and I can give to everybody too. On July 11th of 2013, which is as far back as I can go because that's when we switched brokerage firms. We were managing the plan for a long time, but when we switched brokerage firms, the regulatory requirements don't allow us to take history with us. Don't know why, take that up with the federal government, but they don't. So when we switched in June of 2013, the thrift plan was open here at Benjamin F. Edwards. The account value was $4,267,605. In the 12 years since, the thrift plan has paid out to employees in the form of a check on their behalf to their personal retirement accounts, $6,973,351. As of close of business on Friday, the thrift plan had $8,083,812 in it. So in the last 12 years, we've sent to employees in the form of a check 130% of the beginning value that was worth, and we've grown it to 188% higher than the beginning value. A few numbers in there. Of that, 796,000, 458,000, 171, 292, 287, 394, 314, 171, 279, 190, 150, 205, 272, 232, 336,000. These are actual numbers of a check that was sent to employees of this city based out of this plan that they were free to do with whatever. They weren't hindered by how long they get retired, how much they get. They weren't hindered by if they collect Social Security for 1 day or 100 or 10 years. Some employees, unfortunately, have passed away since they rolled out of this plan. Their spouses kept all of that money. Social Security, you pass away, you either get the higher of the two or $255. So I think you can see that this is a benefit to the staff. One reason I've been told that this is being brought up is that it's had some effects on hiring. So I've been told that that's why we're looking at FRS. I think Mr. Guile, sorry, I apologize for that, brought up a good point today, right? When we're hiring people, what are they looking at? Starting salary, right? That's number one. If you want to hire somebody, they're looking at starting salary first. Retirement benefits, unfortunately, are way, way, way down that list. So I would argue that seems a little odd to me, especially that I do hiring myself. The other thing is FRS is the Florida retirement system. That accounts for the state of Florida. That doesn't account for Alabama, doesn't account for Mississippi, doesn't account for Louisiana, doesn't account for any other state in this country. And we have people moving here in droves to our great city. So I think that the point could be made that while it can certainly for the, select few be a driving factor, I don't think it's I don't think in 45 years that this thing's been around, it's the first time I've heard that we can't hire people because of the thrift savings plan. So I think that there's something, needs a little bit more work there. The other confusion I think that in talking with some people has been that if this is adopted, that the current employees would be allowed to stay in the thrift plan. And that is the way I understand it to be read. That I agree with. I think that's great. I think that's a phenomenal thing. Where the confusion ran is it was brought to my attention that some people were under the impression that new employees could also make the choice and choose what's better for them. That is not the case. This is an either or type deal for the new employees. So much like Social Security and much like some of the other programs out there, if we vote to move this forward to FRS, the thrift plan, you may not be killing it tonight, but it is dying on the vine. And it will be not a matter of if, but a matter of when the thrift plan becomes insolvent. And it could be 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, I don't know. But we've been a part of this plan for 35 plus. We plan to be a part of it for a long time. I don't want my name associated with it when that time happens. So with that, again, I've got all kinds of information, willing to happily answer any questions. I appreciate y'all's time. We'll only take another couple hours.
Appreciate that. All right, with that, thank you, sir. This is first reading, so there is going to be a second bite at the apple and time in between if you'd like to reach out individually to not cross sunshine law. With that, anyone else wish to speak on this topic before I close public comments? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comments at this time and entertain a motion.
Mayor, I think the
Oh,
HR director was going to
course.
speak as well.
You left us. I thought you were done. Any cross-examination?
Good evening. I'm just gonna give you all a brief overview of our current thrift plan, FRS, and then what that transition would look like if that's the direction you all would like to go. Currently, we have our thrift savings plan, and as Matt said, it's 7.5%. That's an employer contribution in lieu of Social Security. That's important to remember. Since we are not contributing to Social Security, we don't have that extra 6.2% out of the employee's paycheck and our contribution. And then we do a, oh, can you go back one? That's okay. We do have a 5% match. That's if an employee contributes to their own 457 plan, we do a 5% match. That's on a seven-year vesting schedule, and it's a graduated schedule. And as you can see, you don't start vesting until year 3, and that's 20% a year up to year 7. This is proposed in the budget, the Florida retirement system. That would be a 3% mandatory contribution for employees. They can choose if they want the pension plan or the investment plan. Pension plan is 8 years vesting. Investment plan is a 1-year vesting schedule. Employees would also be contributing to Social Security as well, so they would have 2 buckets of retirement. And I think that was it. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a 63% contribution for the employer. That's what we would be contributing. And like I said, the employee would have their mandatory 3% contribution. This is from our budget. It is an increase of a little over $700,000, a difference between what we're doing right now and what that change would be if we're contributing to FRS. And then this is the proposed timeline. So it was council's direction to have this in effect October 1st. If you all would like to meet that deadline, we do have to pass tonight and on second reading the first meeting in September in order to get the administrative process done to start our October 1st deductions. Do y'all have any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Jamie, I have a question.
Yes, hello.
Why would an employee want to use this plan in your thoughts?
What employees have said to me, something that's beneficial, is they can use this plan in multiple agencies across Florida, and they would be contributing to, they would be contributing to Social Security and FRS. So like I said, they would have those 2 buckets, and you would get a continuous paycheck and a pension, or a lump sum if you join the investment.
Multiple agencies, like if they left the city of Destin?
Yeah, across Florida.
So is it almost kind of like like we're giving them a reason or tool to now be able to transfer more easily? Like, again, we're going to lose people?
No, I mean, that is kind of common with the workforce. It's just, but that also allows us to attract people who are in other agencies who have FRS.
And why do we feel like $750,000 is going to be beneficial to the city of Destin to spend the money on this plan for the employees who continue to say they need to be paid more, just money?
Yes, so salary
why do this?
It was number 1 with our all-employee satisfaction survey. Retirement benefits was number 2. So that is something our employees have been very vocal about. Why it is beneficial to have that lump sum, because they're not contributing to Social Security. That's all the retirement they have when they were to retire from the city. And employees like that extra layer of security when they retire.
But it sounded like Mr. Dahlman mentioned a history of people that have been getting like massive amount of payouts, I guess. And is that like through retirement or something?
I have seen 200 to 300,000 on their valuations, and that is a lump sum when they retire. So, I mean, that is a completely individual choice, what somebody would find more beneficial.
And so just like that could go away, the Social Security or the FRS could also go, I mean, they're equally like, could be gone? You know, they're equally unstable, would you say? Or?
No, when it's,
No?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Yeah, I guess if the Social Security Administration is saying that we're running out of money, if they're saying that, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, that could be gone. It could be, just as easily as a bad investment could be made on a thrift plan side, right? I mean, there's just as much vulnerability.
I guess the difference would be you would have FRS in addition to Social Security.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Go ahead.
If he would come back up. Actually, let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor so we can talk about this.
Appreciate
I
that.
move to approve ordinance 25-19-CC on first reading.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second, and I'll have Councilman Guile continue the floor.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
No,
all
I
right.
got a bunch of questions.
My bad. I'm
Yeah.
eating candy trying to stay up.
That's okay, well, I
Bag
mean,
me.
I can wait and ask him when the second reading.
Nope, no, he's not even, his computer's off.
Okay, 4% rule. You familiar with that?
Of course.
Okay, and just, there may be some folks up here who are not familiar with the 4% rule. Would you explain it to them?
Sure. So the rule of 4% would say that a standard 20-year retirement, you could withdraw 4% of your money and safely know that you're not going to run out of money, right? 4%, 20 years, 100%, that
Right.
makes perfect sense, yes.
Okay, so, and you said the largest account to date was how much?
I just pulled up the last 12 years, but 796,000 was the largest check in the last 12 years that was sent out.
Okay.
Of a lump sum.
Of a lump sum. And what was the second largest?
Second largest was, I can give you guys all this, but let me pull back.
You said them, but I can't.
Yeah, second largest was 458. And I think it's also important, just sorry to cut you off, it's also important to note, this is not counting, this is not the only fund of money, because this is also the match that they have outside of what we manage would also be included. So
Right.
the same guy that
I
got 796 also got about a couple $100,000 from his other side of, so it's not, this isn't the only sole.
So you always have an outlier like that. What is the average Social Security retirement check? Do you know what that is?
I do, it's $1,900 a month.
Actually, it's a little over 2,000 now. Yeah, that you may have
Maybe
a couple
it's,
of years ago, but it's.
2,000,
Yeah,
okay.
It's just a hair over 2,000.
Sure.
Retirement check, not the average Social Security check, because there's disability, there's spouse, I mean,
Sure.
there's a slew of other things. So at 2,000 a month, that's 24,000 a year, right? So you gotta, how much would have to be in this plan for someone to be able to draw, using the 4% rule, $24,000 a year forever?
Well, I would have to.
600,000.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
You did
And
the
so
math for me.
you've only had one person of the hundreds of employees that we've had in the city. You had one person that met that, okay? Nobody else, 458, well, it was not even 500,000. That wouldn't even be 20,000 a year, much less 24,000. So I just, my position is, I believe it was Councilman Guile last meeting said, I'm a grown adult. Our staff members are grown adults. They're going to make a decision. We're not making them make a decision. The decision that was made to start this plan actually was voted on by the employees. It wasn't voted on by the council voted to let the employees decide. That's what the employees 40 years ago or whatever decided to do. So and there are, I think as I told you Tuesday or whatever, there are folks that I think it makes sense to stay in this plan. If I'm less than a year from retirement, I probably need to stay in it because I'm not going to get vested in FRS in less than a year. If I
Or
am
Social Security.
a military spouse and I know we're being reassigned within a year, I need to stay in this plan. If I'm somebody who owned a business or whatever up in Nashville or Birmingham, and I've got 35 years of Social Security history, and I've got, 20 quarters of really high income, paying the max of Social Security, then I don't need to be in Social Security. My recommendation is stay in this plan. Everybody else, you have to crunch the numbers. You're responsible for your retirement, and I'm sure you ascribe to the multiple streams of income. So they don't lose their 457. They don't lose this plan if they decide to go to Social Security and to FRS. The number of down years in the last 11 years, this fund lost money how many times? 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3. I mean,
Well, I was
that,
going-
according
getting
to
through my-
y'all's,
I was getting
y'all's
through my
chart.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I was getting to that.
Well, yeah, how many times in the last 50 years has there not been a CPI increase for Social Security? 3, okay? 50 years, 3 times. It's never gone down, okay? So the value of this is.
You're saying what's never gone down? The Social Security payouts?
Yeah,
The Social Security, they've kicked down the curb of retirement ages, and the talk of, in order to make this solvent, that is going to go down.
well, there's a lot of
And
different
there's a lot
options
of
that
very-
they have,
correct.
and neither one of us is omniscient.
100%.
because
But you're
the,
talking on one-off, so I'm gonna,
Well, I'm just comparing this to Social Security right
Sure.
now, because you made the case of, you need to stay here and not go to Social Security. So I'm not even talking about FRS and their investment plan. Because Social Security has done a couple of things. You're right. They, I think it was in '83, they passed legislation to gradually delay the retirement age. They passed where they have increased the amount of wages that were actually subject to the payroll tax that pays the Social Security bill. And that is indexed now, but they could, in fact, one of the proposals, I mean, you talked about one, but one of the proposals is to lift that cap
Sure.
entirely, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
So my thing is I'm not saying you got a bad product. I'm not saying Social Security is the savior of the world, but there are good points to both sides. And I think the people will need to make their decision based on what's best for them.
I agree. And I think if you'll go back to one of the things I said, I completely agree with giving the current employees choice. Here's what the unintended consequences of that is: when this stops, right, then there's no more money coming into this plan. So if there's no more money coming into this plan, right, then we have no more money feeding the back end. You guys may not know this, but we meet once a quarter, Larry, Crystal, Jamie, and I. The main topic of our discussion is who is eligible to take their money out, okay? Main topic, because that's the only thing that really matters. Sometimes there's somebody that they go, well, so-and-so is retiring, or so-and-so, we think they're gonna retire at the end of the year. So they'll look at it and they'll say, all right, we've got possibly $400,000 that's going out that we need to account for. Well, we may be in June, and we know we have $24,000 every 2 weeks coming in, and we may say, hey, we got $200 in cash, we'll just take these contributions and not invest them, right? And so we'll be able to account for those potential withdrawals, right? Part of the reason we're able to account is because there's money coming in. When that money coming in stops, you're left with employees who decide, hopefully, to stay here that are either going to get older, they're going to quit, or they're going to die. Right? So eventually, that's just the truth of the matter, right? Whoever stays behind, that's the only 3 options that they have. They're either going to leave, die, or retire. And so when there's nobody in the younger end to backfill that thing, we have to now change our whole entire investment philosophy on what we're doing, because it's going to all have to go to cash or very conservative investments, because if it's not, the city could be standing up here 10 years from now, and they go, well, hey, we got $8 million in the account, but we have $10 million worth of withdrawals. And then what happens? Then you guys have to come up with $2 million to pay out what you owe the employees. And by doing that, I don't want to be a part of that conversation. So I would have to make my investment decisions go down to next to zero. And so now the employees that are left in the plan are mad that they're still in the plan because they're not earning any money. And so,
Well, and that's what they need to factor in, because really you're making the case that FRS is going to have, and just so I know you know this, FRS is not a plan.
Sure.
Okay? It is multiple plans. You can choose. You know, my wife is basically in a S&P 500 tracking plan, which has done extraordinarily well, you know, over the 25 years that she's taught. But there are, you know, I want to get it in 5 years, I want to get it in 10 years, and then there are all other different types of plans that you individually as a staff member can pick. And those will probably have a higher rate of return, because I agree with you. If everybody, you know, the 710,000, that is if every single staff member leaves the plan. every single one. I don't think every single staff member will leave the plan, but I don't know. But, you know, we'll find out hopefully here shortly. But that's the worst case that the staff brought to us. So the thing I would say is, yeah, those returns may go down, and I understand why, because we have to have cash on hand when somebody says, I'm retiring. You know, the portability is limited for Social Security, not for FRS, but for Social Security. You know, my wife is probably going to draw on mine just because my salary was higher than hers as a teacher for a long time. But again, that's decisions those folks over there and their peers are going to have to make. I'm not going to make them for them. You know, you're not able to make them for them. And
No,
I
but
just wanna give them the
essentially you
opportunity.
are going forward. And if there was a way that going forward, they could choose when they signed up, we'd be all for it. The law doesn't allow it, okay? I'm not for, I'm just saying, and I agree with giving them the option if that was the case. But while you're saying that you're not making the choice for them, you actually are, because you're telling them they have to, new employees have to. And so by telling the new employees have to, the old ones, yeah, they can pick and choose, and I'm happy to stick around and help them as long as we possibly can. But I'm telling you right now, I can see the writing on the wall. This plan gets valued once a year, okay? Markets are up. You mentioned the 3 down years, okay? The most recent down year was, let's see, 2022. 2022 was the most recent down year, and it was, all right, down 14%. So let's make numbers real simple because it's late. Say we had $1 million in the plan, right? September 30 is our valuation. It's down 14%. I'm 64 years old. I'm thinking about retiring by the end of the year, right? I look at that and I go, wait a minute, market's down 14%. I'm going to retire now. Because now I can get my valuation based on $1 million instead of based on $860,000. Well, guess what? People talk. And if you've got an aging base, because that's all that's left in the plan, why would they not quit a job paying them $50,000 to get $140,000 from their retirement and go work at Walmart for $10 an hour and then tell their buddy, hey, we ought to quit too, the FRS plan? And that's what will happen. And then somebody standing up here asking you guys to approve a budget line item number to pay for $2 million that you don't have in the plan. And that's just the reality of it. And so, and that's what I think. Because
it may grow slower because you will go to more conservative investments. But even if you go to a bond fund, okay, or even a municipal fund, you know, it's still going to grow. It's not going to grow like the overseas fund has grown or the S&P 500 has grown.
The bond fund has grown at 2% in the last 12 years. Okay, I've got these numbers. I mean, I can tell you. So total return. Bond Fund of America, which is our conservative bond fund, the total return has been 10 years, 1.91%. So if we want to tell employees that you want me to get conservative because that's what I'm going to have to do and stay in the thrift plan, that's what I'm going to be forced with doing. That's hamstringing me. I can't do my job if you're telling me I have to keep this money 100% secure. This, in my opinion, is looking to solve a few small people it doesn't work for, when for the masses it has. But, you know, if I look at the rest of the total returns, 26%, 26%, 24%, I can't be in those investments if there's a possibility for money to come out like that, of those levels. I just strictly can't, because it's going to not be good for the rest of the people. It's going to not be good for, may not be any of you guys, but it won't be good for whoever's left on this council at that point.
All right, with that, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, based on the motion, I can't support it. I don't support spending taxpayers' money, $750,000 towards the additional cost in this right now without hearing any other true selling points of understanding the real reason of why we're doing this change. I'm also concerned about what we're losing out with that $750,000 in other areas in the budget, and what we're losing potentially in services or providing to the citizens. So I also I think the number is just under 50% of the people that are possibly going to change, or just over 50% that are going to change. So to me, that also tells us, the staff that took the survey, it's not really a majority, or it's not a lot that are possibly thinking about wanting to change. So I can't support this, this item.
All right, with that, we have a motion on the floor. Councilwoman Aber?
I was just going to say the same thing. I just feel like this is just, I don't feel like we have a whole entire staff buy-in, so, and it's something that I don't think we should make a decision for our staff.
All right, with that, no one other? We'll call the vote. Nope.
I would just say, you're not. The staff's going to decide. That's the whole point of this exercise, because the ones I've talked to all want to do this. So for varying reasons that are particular to them. So you're not forcing anything.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All right. Noes have it, 2-3. Motion fails, ordinance dies. And with that, to that question, Councilman Braden had a family emergency, so our hearts and prayers are with them for whatever that may be. I do not know, but just to acknowledge that he is no longer here. And Ray, let the minutes reflect that. All right. With that, we'll go back to 4C, legal representation. Bossman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is regarding an engagement with a law firm of Lewis, Longman, and Walker to restate the thrift plan. This is the ERISA specialist. This is the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. And this is special counsel that we need to do periodically to make sure we stay in compliance with current statutes and regulations.
With that, do I have a
with our
motion?
thrift plan.
Do you need a motion to reinstate her? All right. Do I have a motion to reinstate our special?
No,
To hire
restate.
outside
Oh.
counsel. This is a attorney that specializes in ERISA. It has a
Gotcha.
lot of IRS and tax type of consequences.
I
Our
thought she was a
employment
staff
lawyer
member
doesn't
named that.
Specialize in ERISA, so we are recommending you hire them. It's just for this. Yeah. It's not a continuing services
I'll
contract.
entertain a motion at this time. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I move to authorize the city manager to execute the engagement agreement with Lewis, Longman, and Walker, PA for ERISA legal services related to the restatement of the city's thrift plan and transition to the Florida retirement system, not to exceed $10,000, period.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussions?
I got a question, Larry.
Yes, sir.
The third-party administrator, do they not provide this type of services that we're already paying a company that provides oversight over these plans?
They do not.
The third, I'm thinking not.
They don't provide like a restatement? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. I'm dying. 5-0, so moved.
Item 4D is regarding the short-term rental compliance solution provider. This may be premature based on the information we got today from the DOR regarding the RISE, our ability to join the pool of information sharing through the DOR and the tax collector's office. However, if you wish to move forward, this would be an option in case for some reason that doesn't materialize, to capture those individuals that would be our short-term rental condo owners, and a mechanism to move forward in the event the RISE program doesn't pan out as we anticipate it will. But we did get that's the information sharing component of the DOR, which we got an agreement this afternoon late that they had approved our application, so we should get that recognition. There may be a debate of whether we're at the right level to get the information we need. We're not sure how that will go, but this is simply a request to put on the street, a request for proposals to help us in this initiative, and it was asked today, is this going to require us to provide that list of names, and it does not. So it's in the procurement documents that they would provide that. So if you have an appetite for us to move this forward, we would do it on a basis of, it would be there if we needed it in the event we do at some point in time. So we're certainly under no obligation to make an award based on this procurement.
All right, hold on. I do have a motion by Councilman Schmidt. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I'm assuming that is the
What is the
recommended
motion?
motion. I was giving him a second to go.
He's just reading my mind.
Yeah, you know, come on, figure it out.
The motion was that we accept the RFP as written and move forward with the understanding that if something changes, that we, I want to move forward.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm also willing to, I don't want to slow that process down.
I'm going to give it to Councilwoman Trammell. Are you still okay with that motion? All right, well, Giles trying to sneak in underneath you here. All right, with a motion and a second, Councilman Bagley.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion to table it because I think if we got the letter from the Department of Revenue that we're eligible for the RISE program. They will send us all the names. And I just didn't want staff to work for 2 weeks on a RFP that we end up just going.
It's actually already prepared. We had it before you earlier, and
See?
so.
Wasted your
and
time.
Correct me
You
if
gotta
I'm
have
wrong, but it's
faith,
ready
man.
to roll, is it not? Yeah, so it's done.
We run the thing like a small business.
Let's take a vote then.
All right, Councilman Guile. Anything in addition?
No.
All right. All right, with that, I got a motion and a second. Giles with the third. Call the vote. Ayes have it, 5-0, so moved. Keep it trucking.
Item 4E is a restatement of our fee resolution, and this will codify our mobility fees, which we approved back in May, which was a result of the mobility plan that we approved in September of last year, and as a result of action that was taken in March of 2021 to replace impact fees with mobility fees. This is kind of timely because we only have 1 year after passing the mobility plan to implement the associated fees. So we are within that time frame, and this would simply take the fees that's already been approved through ordinance into the fee schedule.
All right, with that, do I hear a motion for the resolution 2517?
I'll make a motion to
Second.
approve Resolution 2517.
All right, got a motion, I got a second by Councilman Schmidt. Anything to discuss?
No, let's vote.
Seeing none, we'll call the vote. 4E. 5-0, so moved.
Item 4F is, again, a update or restating the fee schedule. This will include the three components that we mentioned at the last meeting, the increase of the public records charge, hourly charge that we're allowed to charge per statute, a change in the library service fees from a fixed $1 to $3 amount to a replacement cost, and to add the 3% service charge for credit card services, the service fee for those charges.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2517. as-
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Anything to further discuss? What? On the last one? Okay, so it wasn't just, we got a ghost in here tonight. So for the record, did you have a yes for 4E?
She was yes.
Everybody said yes before the motion was ever finished.
On the last, well, because now we're back to a second 2517. Okay, as long as you voted and, you went in the affirmative. Okay.
We're trying to get this meeting over.
All right, we got a 5-0, so moved on 4F, Resolution 2517, adoption of fees. All right.
4G, at the last meeting, we had a request from our continuing service contractor for concrete services for an increase. Council pushed back, and good thing he did. He relented and said he would be glad to honor his existing fees through the remainder of his contract, which runs through the end of the year. So if you wish to go out for bids, we certainly can, but there is opportunity to extend that for an additional year. We're certainly pleased with the service they provide. They do good work and they're responsive, and so the fee will remain the charge will remain what it is. So if there's an appetite to go out for bid, we would recommend doing that probably in the October timeframe, but we're satisfied that we're getting good service for the price, so be at your discretion whether you want to move it to bids or continue with what we have.
All right, with that,
I'll move to continue the miscellaneous concrete services contract with SHA's Enterprises at the current unit prices.
Second.
got a motion, got a second. Hope the sheriffs are listening.
And thank you, Michael, and everybody else who went back to him.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussions.
Yeah, we're gonna stick it.
Is it a continuing year or is it
It's
the end of the
continuing until the
year?
end of the contract, I believe, right?
Well, yeah, which really doesn't need any action because the contract's still in force. But the question is, do we want to go out for bid prior to the end of the year? So at the beginning of the year, we would start either have them rebid or we can continue their service for an additional year. But that would require action at a later time that we would bring
So we
back
could just
a
talk to
renew-
them and ask them about their,
Yeah.
thank
Give
you,
some-
Michael, for the
give
head
some
nod.
Big nods over there.
We'll stick with them.
Okay, does that answer you? I don't want to, okay. Button. Button.
Well,
Michael, jump in.
the extension won't come till later in the year.
I get that.
Right now, their contract is still good.
Until December.
Till December, so
So
maybe
we're
we're asking
voting
the
on
same
keeping their
question.
contract till December. Is that correct? Is that what y'all wanted?
No.
Okay.
Michael.
Yep.
So his current contract extension expires December 31st. Prior to that, I'll bring back to the council a recommendation perhaps to renew it for the fourth and final, that'll be the fourth and final extension. That'll be a 5-year period. And in the meantime, I will approach him and see if he's interested in pursuing another rate increase or not. And if he's willing to honor the 2025 rates in 2026, I'll certainly make that, I'll bring that information back to the council.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. You did that much better than I was trying to do.
I was trying to help you, Larry. You just wouldn't shut up. All right. Yep, we got that
I'll
done.
make a
Five.
motion to continue 4I for the next meeting.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to push 4I to the next meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none. Call the vote.
That says concrete services.
He just hasn't had time to change.
All right.
Typing.
Yeah, Ray, just so you know, it's got the concrete continuing service on that last one that we voted on, but that's going to actually be the boating safety zone 4I that we've pushed.
Continue.
All right. And then council youth, we've already done, and now we're back to the bridge, or going to the bridge.
4J is regarding direction that seeking from council. If you recall, Bradley Touchstone is a bridge architect with over 30 years' experience of designing bridges, particularly the aesthetic components of those bridges, that has volunteered to assist the city and through whatever means or committee we would recommend to work with the DOT to help make a pretty bridge. And I think Ms. Trammell has recommended that we would ask the Harbor CRA Committee, Advisory Committee, and the Harbor Waterways Committee to combine to jointly entertain Mr. Touchstone and together work for recommendations to bring back to council. It's timely in that the first public opportunity for input will be in March of next year. So DEP is working, or DOT is working with the PD&E study now. And so we can, if we move this forward, we can have some time to work on how that may look and what we present to them in March.
Awesome.
Did I
With that,
get that right?
Master of Committees and Councilwoman Trammell?
I was just going to make the motion to assign the task to both committees, the Harbor and Waterways and the CRA Advisory, the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee, as they're already working on one other project jointly. And 4 of the members of the Harbor CRA are already on the Harbor and Waterways, so that would just be including 3 people
Okay.
that isn't already part of that meeting.
All right, with that, Councilwoman Abear, do you have a second?
Second on it.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I was just wondering why it wasn't going to Public Works, Public Safety, because the bridge, well, it's still, the aesthetic design, it will be wrapped up in either the PD&E study or the follow-on study. So I'm just, there are folks on the Public Works, Public Safety that understand that flow, that process flow, as opposed to just drawing a pretty bridge. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Button.
Push your button. Push your button.
They can certainly invite them. Would you like them included in the motion? To have them involved?
Well,
Because he wants to hear himself talk.
I would like them involved.
Boom. We need to,
Okay.
All right, Don, can you involve
we
the
need to start all our
Public
meetings
Works and
at like
Safety?
9.
All
Okay.
right, Aber, are you okay with?
Yes.
All right, we're now including 3 committees. Bless Touchstone's heart. He didn't know what he got himself signed into with us. All right.
Combined meeting and want to publicly announce
We should do a master committee. Put a park on the bridge. All right, I got a motion, got a second. See no further discussions. I know, Kevin, I'm just queuing to Kevin to move it. All right, 5-0, so moved, yay. To the bridge. Information time.
So 4K and 4L are our updates on finance, and M, we have no minutes. So I'm going to ask Jeff to help me here. We're going to pass out to each of you a list of projects that we have kind of in the queue for legislative appropriation requests in the coming year. We just ask you to take this, to review it, and we'll email it to the other members that aren't here. At the next meeting, we're going to kind of want to get our hands wrapped around how we want to move these forward and give Kelly Beth some direction. Ideally, we'll look at a infrastructure project, a Parks and Rec project, a water project, and a resiliency project. And if we'll identify 1 or 2 at least in each of those components, we'll ask her to give us some leadership and guidance into where the best pots of money are going to be falling in the upcoming legislative session.
This is awesome.
Dr. Young?
Yes, thank you. We are anticipating groundbreaking of the pickleball courts next week. So that is a big deal. Yeah, we do expect to see people out there playing in spring of 2026. And then 2 weeks from today, we'll start the Clement E. Taylor Park renovation. So that's when we'll see the fencing go up to secure the area. Yep, another yay. Today is contract day 14 of 180 for the Crosstown Connector. Construction has officially begun on the Azalea Drive extension, and the estimated project duration is 18 to 24 months. So far, we've distributed flyers to impacted residents, and today begins the survey layout, followed by clearing and grubbing for the installation of the drainage chambers. Our chief building official created an informational piece about gutter installation requirements, so we did send that out today to about 250 roofing contractors. And finally, we have new signage for an area down at the harbor that has 3 specific key points to it: the no mooring, no commercial activity, and subject to video enforcement. So I just got those back, and Parks and Rec is going to be putting those up later this week. We'll have other areas to work on for signage down there, but this will be a really good start. It's in an area that was providing a lot of confusion. And that's all I have.
Awesome, thank you for that. A lot of great news. Button.
You said next week. Did you have a day of the week for the pickleball groundbreaking?
It's supposed to be August 25th, but in general, we didn't post that or push that out just because it's always subject to change by a few days. But we aren't doing a ceremony for that. As we talked about at the last council meeting, we'll do a ceremony once that facility is done and a celebration. Yeah.
All right, with that, any more announcements? I don't think that covers that. All right, 5B, Ms. Kopp.
Ordinance number 2025-14 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, creating design standards for low-speed vehicle LSV parking, defining low-speed vehicles consistently with state law, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading.
And seeing that this is second reading and a public hearing for ordinance 2514 LC, at this time, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on this topic, this is your time to do so. Shaking their heads no. We'll close the public comments, and I'll entertain a motion. Councilwoman Abear.
I move that City Council adopt proposed ordinance 25-14 LC on second reading.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? I got it. All right, with a second, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Ray, as long as you know what you're doing. As long as you got it, yeah, as long as you got it in your notes. Yeah, 2514 LC. There we go. All right. Councilman Schmidt, did you have anything? Okay. We're going on, you popped in. Just. You know what? Democracy's dead. The software is, the software, actually, big government's actually already won. The federal government has tapped in and voting for us at this point. Or actually, that's the state with home rule. The state is tapping in to local government. All right, everyone can confirm you said yes. Everyone's, all right, just want to make sure. All right, 5-0, it passes, the ordinance is there. All right, would anyone else like to pick up Councilman Braden's?
We'll just wait till he's back.
All right, Councilman Trammell.
Sorry. I just wanted to tell the council thank you for sending me to the League of Cities. I had a great time and have blisters on my feet from attending so many meetings that were everywhere. But tonight I would like to make the motion that we did at the Harbor CRA for staff to look into the Harbor CRA parking and see if they can identify any additional parking within the Harbor CRA.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Ayes have it, so moved, 5-0. Is that
That's all I have.
All right. It was great seeing you down there. It was so nice having another Destin night down there. Councilman Bagby.
Just want to congratulate the city manager on his first year anniversary and thank him for
Already?
a job well done.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you're still here.
Yeah.
I think you've gotten less gray.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest we start our meetings at like 9:30 because we can get a lot of stuff done between 9:30 and 10 o'clock.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got 20 minutes in between.
And is the TDC or somebody doing anything on September 20th for the annual coastal cleanup that is sponsored by the Ocean Conservancy? Last year, we talked about having the Destin Youth Council take that as one of their projects, and then they're not here yet, but
Yeah,
they
someone
may be
voted
here
against
before
them.
the end of, or before the middle.
TC had not made any announcement at our last meeting for that.
Because I know in Walton County, the TDC sponsors it and gets the bags and the gloves and all the
I
other
can
stuff.
reach out to Alex tomorrow to ask if
Okay.
it is on their at least thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a new Keep Okaloosa Beautiful point of contact.
It's called the Annual Coastal Cleanup, sponsored by the Ocean Conservancy.
We are involved with that. Like, we'll have a table and be passing out different gloves and buckets and stuff at June White Decker and maybe even some other locations, but we are involved with that every year.
And Stella, if you can just pass that along. Yeah, not unappointed chairwoman. All right, Councilwoman Aber.
Real quick, I was asked by a few folks in the city that want to know, is there any way we can put like a sticker on people's garbage cans that leave them out there for 2 or 3 days that says, your trash can needs to be back to your house within 24 hours of the trash pickup? Because there's like, Sunday night, there were still trash cans out, that kind of thing. Do we have those? I called and talked to Doug Rayner at Waste Management, and he said you could probably have your PIO type up something and print them up, make them into stickers, and then code when they see it, could just stick it on the lid. Then that way the people would realize you don't leave it out. The lady that complained to me, or the two different people, it's the renters that live near them. They feel like they don't care. Their trash got picked up, so then they drive down their driveway, put the trash in, and leave it at the end of the driveway. So is there any way we could help that ordinance that's already on the books can kind of be brought back to reminding them?
Teresa, we did an ordinance for short-term rentals recently for that, so I imagine if you want to bring an update to that ordinance to look into other, properties and long-term rentals, I mean, I imagine they could.
Is there a way that we could do that? Like, can I ask you, city manager, to look into it, or city attorney?
You can be the legislative sponsor.
I'll be the
of an
legislative
ordinance
sponsor.
amendment if
Can
you'd
we
like.
find out if they rent and they're the ones that are the culprits? That would be great, and put some sort of a sticker on theirs and tell them we're going to nicely let you know next time you'll probably get a fine.
All right, we got a legislative sponsor. Anything else? Turning it off. All right, Councilman Guile.
I don't remember the exact.
Talking with his eyes closed.
But I think it had something to do with coming up with a plan to get the CRA some money or revenue through potential parking or something. I don't remember. Oh, she was revenue, or she was just trying to find parking? Yeah, I'm revenue. She's trying to do parking. But that was like 12 hours ago. So whatever I said during that CRA meeting, that motion is the one I'm trying to say right now. Do you remember that, Ray, by chance? Yeah, me neither. That makes two of us.
I think it had to do with asking staff to look into,
50% of the.
yeah, the feasibility of providing revenue to the Harbor CRA.
Yeah,
It wasn't
that.
necessarily related to
Oh.
parking, it was just money.
Yeah, trying to find a way to generate revenue for the CRA so that they feel like they're functioning. That's a motion.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Got a second? Seeing no discussion? Not giving any discussion, I'll call the vote.
All right, then I just got one more thing that I would like to ask.
Did we all vote?
Yeah, it looks like it.
I can't.
Oh.
The seals.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, 5-0, so moved. Dang, Andy, you're even getting brought in. All right, Gal.
All right, so I would like to find out how many damn LSVs actually go down Airport Road. Is there a way for us to monitor or see on some time scale, because there's a camera, what does that have?
On Airport Road.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the
yeah.
flock camera?
So that we can find out, because if there's a dozen of them, I mean, why should the entire community have to suffer and drive 30 miles per hour for bringing 6 people or 3 people? And we can raise that speed limit back up to 45 or something reasonable. Jesus Christ. But is there any way that we can track how many of these golf cart jackasses are driving down Airport Road?
You're going to make Kim a very rich woman.
Is there?
I don't know if there's a counter that will detect.
I mean, the best and only way there's a couple of different ways, but the best way is to have somebody out there physically counting all day.
So 0, 0, 0. I mean, so there's not really a possible way for us to annotate all these zeros, is what I'm finding out. Then I guess, can I put on my next meeting to try to boost Airport Road to reasonable speed limit?
I believe it was an ordinance, so yeah, if you want to, I guess it'd be a legislative sponsor.
I'll do whatever it takes.
I was
Oh,
only
shit,
no
I did
vote
this.
as a council member when this happened, so I'm all in.
Yeah, I'll be whatever it takes to put this on my next my name for the next meeting.
All right, so just putting under your name?
Yeah, and then that way everybody has time to think about it.
Okey dokey. Councilwoman Trammell?
This is for you, Mayor.
Okay.
At the recent Parks and Rec Master Plan meeting, it was brought up to me that we needed to look at indoor pickleball. So I have been looking into that, and you know, Joann's Fabrics is not really in the city, but it is a huge, big building that is empty. And I was hoping that the legislative sponsor might want to reach out to somebody at the county or to the athletic group over here for the swimming pool and see if they would be interested in doing an indoor pickleball court in that building.
Yeah, and Ms. Clickscale, who was helping us with the Pickleball Association, when they were going out, she kind of had that idea as well. So I'm sure they have numbers. And as an executive sponsor, I will do that. I'm not a
Anyway,
legislative.
it was just a thought that that building might be
Yeah.
available and
Happy to.
they could do it as a private enterprise, but
I
it'd still
will
be available, you know?
Hopefully have something for you next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Councilman Guile.
Don't we already have indoor pickleball at the community center?
It's so tiny.
Well, that's,
There's 3 courts for open hours to use it.
all right.
It's so tiny.
It's what God gave you. See?
And not only that, but remember, our fees are only a quarter of what it actually costs. If we can get a business that can provide that, and it now becomes a business, then it would be available, and we wouldn't necessarily be providing the other 75%.
Good point. All right. Dare I even call
My
on
turn?
you? Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll try to make this quick, but I think, you know, it is again on the agenda, and just, I'll try to move through it.
No, knock it out.
In the essence of going back on our council objectives, one was about improving parking and exploring parking options. This particular parcel at 446 Calhoun Avenue came available maybe a couple of years ago, but for one reason or another, we were not able to come to an agreement to figure out how to buy it. And it again has become available. And before they listed it, they did reach out and asked if the city would be interested in this parcel because they know of the direct relation and border to our city park, the much talked about Threadgill Park. And ultimately, through many reasons of additional parking for that park would be a huge benefit. And I also do believe that we could possibly use that parking for the other accesses a little bit further down the road. But ultimately, we have an opportunity right now to look in acquiring this parcel to hopefully use for parking. I'm sure there's people in staff and the council that will talk about the possibilities of it having a lot of wetlands, which it probably does. There's possibly things that we'd have to work on with drainage, sure. So there are some potential issues. I also would say that a possible funding source for a purchase like this could be the parking fund, which, yes, I think Mr. Bagby said earlier, has over $2 million in it. And so, you know, this is a parking lot potential. And there's also currently a tenant in this property. So if we were to actually purchase it during the time of whatever we have to do to it, we could also be receiving rent during any type of design phase. So with all of that setting up, I would like to make a motion to direct the attorney to negotiate a purchase agreement within reason of the city's appraisal and to have the city manager work with staff on any limitations, wetland issues, cost estimates to bring it into a parking lot back at the potential same time.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
All right, any further discussions? Councilman Guile?
While we're doing that, I noticed that there's an easement right across the street as well. It looks like an easement anyway. It's not on a property line. So it's on the north side of Hickory. I don't see a map up there, so, but I see a map right here. So while we're doing that, can we also look at what it would take to convert that? Because there wouldn't be a wetland issue, there wouldn't be, so I'm just saying simultaneously, not to undermine what you're doing, but in addition to.
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Will you add that to your motion?
I'd be happy to add that to the motion.
Thank you. Are you okay with seconding that? Absolutely. Wonderful.
When did y'all get so nice?
It's 10:10.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Are you talking about the drainage easement across the street?
So he's it's probably, I understand that there is a massive drain there, but it could be pursued. could be pursued.
Yeah, that wasn't working, that would need to be, yeah, because the Skolarskis lived there, used to live there. I don't know who's renting it now, but yeah, that was one of
He's
the-
talking about on the other side.
No, that's what I'm saying. They complained that it was always blocked up and it would back up, which then the water would back up in their yard, in the wetlands and stuff, that they were, I just want to make sure I'm clear. We're going to go get an appraisal, and then based on that appraisal and somebody, the engineer or somebody's evaluation, they're going to come back and says, it appraised at this and 50% of it's wetlands or 10% of it's wetlands or whatever. Is that what we're doing?
So just to answer your question, no. What we are doing, if this motion were to pass, would be to direct the attorney to negotiate a purchase agreement within reason of the city's appraisal. At the same time, having city manager working with staff to bring back those items. So in my mind, if that passed, we would potentially be getting an update from the city manager about a possible purchase contract and from staff about cost and issues potentially at the same time, so we have all the information.
Well,
just to answer your
okay.
question.
But wouldn't that affect the amount that the attorney or attorney and city manager negotiated for? If it's 80% wetlands versus it's 10% wetlands, you know, there could be a wide swing in that, and the appraisal, you know, it may come in at 400,000 or it may come in at 800,000. I don't know.
I would say that staff, the city manager and the city attorney would be in communication the whole time about it. So we would know what each other is doing and be doing it together.
I'm just, how do we determine what a reasonable purchase agreement is?
Because, first of all, the appraisal would set forth that information. To the extent the appraiser can figure it out, that's usually all included. It's not just comps, you know that.
Yeah, I
though.
know.
And then the second part is that the city engineer and whatever staff the city manager designates to look into the issues, they're going to be talking with us as we negotiate any proposed agreement. And then also, as you all know, even if we did come up with an agreement, it's coming back to council. So
Yeah.
if there's any other questions or y'all don't like it,
Some negotiating chips.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Gao.
I just want to bring up that, let's say that it does come back as wetlands. We have several properties out here that we don't use that we could designate as a wetland area to improve that area, right? So as a contractor, if I find wetland, I can purchase land designated as wetland, make sure it's never touched, and then I can improve that wetland area. So we have all kinds of properties out here that we don't touch, we don't deal with, we never use. We can always dedicate that as wetland so we can improve this.
Good old free state of Florida for you right there.
That's right, free.
All right. Any other discussion? It's a good big topic. I love it. All right, calling it. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, and then, Ryan, do you just want to give a quick update of what you told me today during our meeting about the other item?
Sure.
That y'all are working on?
Yeah, we're working on the lease with the school currently, and then involving the crossing guard. It's going to be a separate agreement, and working with the school board, the gentleman that's over the safety for that. So once we get all that back, we'll compile it and get it back to Larry and get it back to y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic.
Whose responsibility is the track?
That would be us.
Oh, dang it. Okay, I was going to trip and fall and sue them.
It needs some work, for sure.
And then donate the money to the Park Foundation and get a new track.
Thank you for everybody else being here. We used to have a lot of these late meetings, so I apologize, but thank you all for being here, and that's it.
All right, good deal. All right, I got one thing. Beachfront owners love to tell us locals and tourists where the ECL line is, so I'd like to give it back to them and show them at the Pompano Beach access where they've egregiously gone 10 to 30 feet in some instances over the ECL line, which state statute dictates and through the courts have shown that it is for the public and not for them. And so I'd just like this council to just make it absolutely clear through code enforcement or whoever needs to enforce the fact that they need to move 10 to 30 feet north of the line. What makes this very spicy is that, okay, you're out there on the beach where the heck's the line? The old pier columns just so happen to be right there and are a great visual representation of where that ECL line is as a visual reference point, not a legal point. And those columns are 10 feet spaced apart from each other. And at the point where it crosses the old pier, you're actually 3 columns deep. So one of our more aggressive beach chair rental companies that have gotten a ticket in the past absolutely is the one in that area, Twilight. And so with that, I would like us to enforce what the state has deemed public beach access at Pompano Beach Access. So I don't know if we need a motion. I'm just kind of bringing it to light in the sunshine for everyone to hear that what looks like a very bad photo op for Destin, and it looks a lot like Walton County, where you got these 50 feet linear space and it's just packed to the brim in the summer, and to each side is flanked by open, beautiful white sand, actually shouldn't be the case. And it just so happens to be next to the Tarpon Beach access as well. So not only are we going to getting 340 plus feet of Tarpon Beach front access, but we can actually extend that west by nearly 2 very large medium density parcels. So take that with what you want. I don't know if we need a motion. It's all set forth during the state. I just wanted to bring it here for you guys to see. Most of the ECL line is in the water or close to, but this area specifically with the visual representation of the old pilings really creates a juicy and fun place for us to do something to give more public beach access back for free. And so with that, perhaps it's
Do we need to make a
information.
motion?
I don't know if the motion needs to be, we need to make signage down there, or we need to just reach out. I mean, I'm all here to not bang my chest and everything. Like, let's go talk to the vendors, I'm assuming he's an HOA, and let them know, hey, after reviewing the survey, we actually need to push you guys back. So, and perhaps we can just have a polite conversation, hopefully. But whatever you guys feel is good, I'm done ranting.
Yeah, I would just ask the staff, there's a newer survey than this. The ECL is not going to move, but the beach profile has changed, and I think we have accreted sand. And so I would ask that we make sure we have the latest map when we go and overlay, there's one with the ECL overlaid on that, because that will be more reflective of how much beach is actually out there. If you take this, you're just going to get more arguments, because in 12, we hadn't accreted that.
That's
much sand.
24 map with the 12 ECL.
Okay.
That's the 24 map. There might be a
Okay.
25 now.
No,
but
there's a 24. I thought this was a 2012.
No, that's just designating when the ECL was established.
Good.
Yep. So hopefully there's some good stuff there. Again, they can move them back. They typically do about 2 rows of chairs, plushously spaced out in between. That's in that ECL line. So as far as just visual representation of what kind of land we're talking about here, it's going to be very nice for the public to be able to go on the wings of their access there. So I think, do you feel there's any motion you guys
I think
need?
we can handle that.
Yeah, it's all there. It's just more information.
Talk to the vendors.
Yeah, let's be nice. Let's be courteous. We're all one big team.
And before you shut down,
Take the sheriffs.
I was remiss earlier not to say thank you for allowing me to be part of what we do here in Destin for the last year. Certainly open to any feedback, things you'd like to see us do different, we're not doing, stop doing. But I do want to tell you what an incredible staff you have, how hard they work every day to try to do good things for the city and the people we serve. So a big thank you to those guys, because it makes this seat much easier to operate in when they're there taking care of things.
Yeah, well, I'll ditto down on that and just say thank you for everything. You've definitely been a glue and an engine for this team, and having you at the tip of the spear has made an astronomical difference in a lot of aspects of local government, and you are an invaluable asset to this team as well. So thank you. Shut up. I know where you're going with that.
Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, I know. I can't vote for you, so guess what? This is not reflecting your pay raise.
I appreciate it.
All right, one last thing under mine. Annexation, we were talking about it today. We're running out of time. The meets and bounds, I believe we got everything done as far as motions are concerned. I don't really know where to throw this out right at the moment, so maybe it's Ray sending us all where we lie on the motions and wrapping up with that next meeting, unless that's happened. But the meets and bounds is going to take about 9 months. There's a deadline per state statute to get it on as a referendum, so we have enough time if we act in the next month, but I just wanted to bring that up. And hopefully next council meeting, we can just dot the i's, cross the t's, and get that show on the road. I've been speaking with HOAs and individuals just throughout the summer, and this winter time will be a great opportunity as people settle down a little bit from their 100 hours, 100 days of summer, and have a little bit more time to talk local government with us. With that, Ms. Kimberly Cobb.
Thanks, Mayor. The city filed its lawsuit against the beach vendors that had not been complying with the code on a repeated basis just last week, so we had 3 defendants. So this executive session that I'm going to request from the council is related to that litigation. So pursuant to Section 286.0118 Florida statutes, I desire the advice of counsel at an executive session on September 3rd, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the following litigation. City of Destin versus Kyle M. Coleman, doing business as Kyle Coleman Ice Cream, AKA Gulfstream Ice Cream, Ohana Gelatos LLC, and Wounded Warrior Commissary LLC, case number 2025 CA002412A0010F in the Circuit Court of Okaloosa County, Florida. Present at the litigation will be myself, litigation counsel Eric Krebs, litigation counsel William Warner, city manager Larry Jones, the mayor, and all members of the city council. Is that date and time acceptable to the council?
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got that. Ms. Tremo's looking.
Good, it works.
have a budget hearing that night at 5:30.
6.
6 o'clock.
It's at 6.
Oh, it's at 6? Okay.
All right, we're all nodding yes. You got that? Public comments? No, everyone wants to leave. Jeez. All right, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being here, the city council.